Today, I've prepared the biography of Adam Smith. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you settle into your bed, pulling the covers up just right, let your mind drift to the gentle shores of Scotland in the 1700s. Tonight, we'll explore the life of a man whose ideas still whisper through the halls of economics and philosophy. Adam Smith, with his thoughtful gaze and quiet demeanor, will be our companion as you drift toward slumber. His story unfolds like a soft blanket of knowledge, wrapping around your thoughts as your breathing becomes deeper and more rhythmic. So close your eyes, relax your shoulders, and journey with me through time as the worries of your day melt away in the quiet, misty landscapes of Scotland, in a small coastal town called Kirkcaldy. A child named Adam Smith entered the world in the early summer of 1723. The gentle waves of the Firth of Forth lapped against the shore not far from where he was born. Their rhythmic sounds a constant backdrop to his earliest days. His father, also named Adam Smith, had been a respected lawyer and civil servant, serving as the town's controller of customs. Sadly, the elder Adam Smith passed away some months before his son's birth, leaving his widow, Margaret Douglas Smith, to raise their only child alone. Margaret was a woman of remarkable strength and tenderness. She came from a family of landowners, the Douglas family, who had deep roots in the fertile soil of Fife. The bond between mother and son grew extraordinarily close, a connection that would endure throughout their lives. In those early days, as young Adam's eyes began to take in the world around him, his mother's loving presence was his constant comfort. The Scotland of Adam's childhood was a place of gradual transformation. The 1707 Act of Union, which had joined Scotland with England to form Great Britain, was still relatively fresh in the memory of many. The political landscape was shifting like the clouds that drifted over the Scottish hills, bringing new patterns of trade, governance, and thought. These changes would later influence Adam's understanding of how societies function and evolve. Kirkcaldy itself was a modest but bustling port town. The gentle sounds of fishing boats returning with their catch, the distant calls of merchants selling their wares, and the soft clattering of looms in the linen industry created the soundtrack of Adam's early years. The town had a certain unhurried rhythm to it, much like the tides that shaped its shoreline. When Adam was about 4 years old, a curious incident occurred that became part of family lore. While playing near his home, the small boy was taken by gypsies, a moment of alarm that was fortunately brief. Local accounts tell us that a gentleman recognized the child and alerted the town, leading to his swift recovery. Margaret must have held her son especially close after this event, grateful for his safe return. Young Adam's health was somewhat delicate in his childhood years. He was described as a thoughtful boy talking to himself, and with a tendency toward what was then called absent-mindedness, perhaps early signs of his deeply contemplative nature. Despite physical frailty, his mind showed remarkable vigor from an early age. The gentle routine of Adam's childhood days included his early education at the Burgh School of Kirkcaldy, where he began his studies at around the age of 6. The school was just a short walk from his home, along lanes where the scent of salt air mingled with the earthy smells of the town. Here, under the guidance of his teachers, Adam's natural curiosity found nourishment. The school emphasized Latin, mathematics, writing, and history, subjects that flowed through Adam's mind like a calm, clear stream. The schoolmaster, David Miller, was known for his methodical approach to education. In the quiet classroom, with sunlight filtering through small windows, young Adam would sit attentively, absorbing knowledge with a quiet intensity that set him apart from his peers. His teachers soon noticed his exceptional memory and his ability to lose himself completely in the world of ideas. In the evenings, Adam would return to the comfortable home he shared with his mother. Their modest dwelling was filled with the gentle sounds of domestic life, the soft crackling of the hearth fire, the rhythmic clicking of his mother's knitting needles, perhaps the low murmur of conversation when relatives or friends visited. Margaret ensured their home was a place of stability and warmth, creating a peaceful haven for her thoughtful son. The landscape surrounding Kirkcaldy offered its own form of education. On days when his health permitted, Adam might walk along the shore, watching the slow dance of fishing boats on the horizon. The natural world unfolded before him, the gradual changing of seasons, the patient growth of plants in nearby gardens, the unhurried movements of animals in the fields beyond the town. These observations of natural patterns and cycles would later inform his understanding of how natural laws might also govern human systems. Books became Adam's companions from an early age. The written word offered doorways to places beyond his small Scottish town. In the tranquil hours of reading, he could travel through time and space, exploring ideas that had originated in minds long past. His mother encouraged this love of learning, seeing in it the path to a better future for her son. When Adam reached the age of 14, in 1737, a significant change came to his life. His academic promise had not gone unnoticed, and he received the opportunity to attend the University of Glasgow. This meant leaving the familiar comfort of Kirkcaldy and his mother's daily presence. The separation must have brought a gentle ache to both their hearts, but Margaret understood the importance of this step in her son's journey. The journey to Glasgow was approximately 40 miles, a considerable distance in those days of horse-drawn transportation. As the landscape slowly shifted around him, the young Adam might have felt both trepidation and excitement about the new chapter unfolding before him. The rolling hills gave way to the more populated environs of Glasgow, a city that was becoming an increasingly important center of trade and intellectual life. The University of Glasgow in the 1730s was experiencing what would later be recognized as part of the Scottish Enlightenment, a flowering of intellectual and scientific accomplishments. The university buildings, with their weathered stone facades and quiet courtyards, became Adam's new home. Here, the pace of learning was both rigorous and measured, allowing ideas to develop and mature like wine in a cellar. Among his professors was the moral philosopher Francis Hutcheson, whose influence on young Adam would prove profound and lasting. Hutcheson's lectures had a special quality to them. He spoke not from behind a desk, but walked among his students, engaging them directly in a manner unusual for the time. His gentle yet passionate advocacy for human liberty and his belief in a natural moral sense within each person resonated deeply with Adam. In the hushed lecture halls, where the only sounds might be the soft turning of pages or the scratching of quills on paper, Adam absorbed not just facts, but ways of thinking. Hutcheson introduced him to the idea that human behavior could be studied systematically, that there were patterns to be discerned in the seemingly chaotic interactions of society. Like a slowly unfurling scroll, these concepts revealed themselves to Adam's receptive mind. The university curriculum included Latin, Greek, logic, metaphysics, mathematics, and natural philosophy, what we would now call science. Each subject added another layer to Adam's developing worldview, like sediment gradually building up to form new land. His days followed the gentle rhythm of academic life: morning lectures, afternoon study, evening discussions with fellow students by candlelight. Glasgow itself provided another kind of education. The city was a growing commercial center, with the River Clyde bringing trade and ideas from across the sea. In the streets and marketplaces, Adam could observe the complex dance of commerce, goods changing hands, prices being negotiated, specializations developing among tradespeople. These ordinary scenes contained the seeds of extraordinary insights that would later bloom in his work. After 3 years at Glasgow, Adam's academic journey took him south to Oxford University in England. In 1740, he was awarded the Snell Exhibition, a scholarship to Balliol College. The journey to Oxford was much longer than his previous transition, taking him far from the familiar Scottish landscapes of his youth. The slow travel by horseback or coach would have given him ample time to contemplate the changing scenery and the new experiences awaiting him. Oxford was markedly different from Glasgow. Its ancient buildings and traditions created an atmosphere of timeless contemplation. But Adam found the teaching there less stimulating than what he had experienced in Scotland. The instruction was more formal, less engaging, and in some ways frozen in older methods of education. Yet this very contrast helped Adam develop his own thinking about effective learning and the exchange of ideas. During his Oxford years, Adam largely educated himself through extensive reading in the university libraries. Imagine him in those quiet, book-lined rooms, dust motes dancing in the shafts of sunlight that fell across ancient tomes. Hour after hour, day after day, he would sit absorbed in books, occasionally looking up to gaze out tall windows at the gentle English countryside beyond. The library became his true classroom, books his most constant teachers. His health remained somewhat fragile during these years. There are accounts of periods of low spirits and nervous strain, what might today be recognized as symptoms of anxiety or depression. The pressure of being far from home, combined with his intense intellectual pursuits, sometimes weighed heavily on his sensitive nature. During these episodes, he might find solace in solitary walks through Oxford's peaceful college gardens, where the methodical tending of plants mirrored the careful cultivation of ideas in his mind. Letters from his mother were a source of comfort and connection to home. Margaret's words would travel the long distance from Kirkcaldy to Oxford, carrying with them the essence of maternal care and the news of familiar places and people. Adam treasured these communications, carefully preserving them as tangible links to his Scottish roots. Adam spent 6 years at Oxford, leaving in 1746 without taking a degree. Not unusual for Scottish students at English universities during this period. He returned to Kirkcaldy, to the embrace of his mother and the familiar sights and sounds of his hometown. The coastal air, the particular quality of light reflecting off the Firth of Forth, the distinctive Scottish accents around him, all must have welcomed him back like old friends. For the next 2 years, Adam remained in Scotland, his future direction not yet clear. This period of quiet reflection allowed his experiences and learning to settle in his mind, like silt gradually clarifying in still water. He maintained connections with intellectual circles in Edinburgh, occasionally traveling to the capital to engage in the vibrant discussions happening there. In 1748, with the support of Lord Kames and other influential friends, Adam began delivering public lectures in Edinburgh on rhetoric and literature. These lectures attracted attention for their insightful content and Adam's thoughtful delivery. Though no transcripts survive, accounts suggest that even then, he was developing ideas about human nature and society that would later form the foundation of his major works. His reputation as a lecturer led to his appointment in 1751, at the age of 27, as professor of logic at the University of Glasgow. Returning to the institution that had so profoundly shaped his early intellectual development, the following year, he was appointed to the more prestigious position of professor of moral philosophy, the same chair his mentor Francis Hutcheson had held. Throughout these formative years and early career developments, Adam maintained his close relationship with his mother. Margaret eventually moved to Glasgow to live with her son, continuing their deep bond. Their household was characterized by mutual affection and respect, creating a peaceful haven from which Adam could pursue his intellectual endeavors. The young boy from Kirkcaldy, who had once watched fishing boats on the horizon and listened to the gentle teachings of his early schoolmasters, had grown into a man whose mind was beginning to reshape understanding of human society and economics. Yet he remained in many ways the thoughtful, somewhat reserved person he had been in childhood, observant, reflective, and deeply interested in the patterns that govern human interaction. As we leave Adam at this point in his life journey, we can imagine him in a quiet moment of contemplation, perhaps looking out a window at the Glasgow evening, or sitting by a fire with his mother nearby. The ideas that would eventually change the world were taking shape in his mind, like stars gradually becoming visible in the darkening sky. His path from here would lead to the publication of works that continue to influence our understanding of economics and human behavior centuries later, all growing from the seeds planted in those early, formative years in Scotland. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the gentle, misty landscape of 18th century Scotland, where the sea breeze carried the scent of salt and heather, a child was born who would one day reshape our understanding of human commerce and morality. Adam Smith entered this world in June of 1723 in the coastal town of Kirkcaldy, Fife, a place where fishing boats dotted the horizon, and the rhythmic sounds of the North Sea created a constant, soothing backdrop to daily life. The story of Adam's family, however, begins long before his birth, woven into the fabric of Scottish history like threads in a soft, well-worn tartan. Adam's father, also named Adam Smith, came from a lineage of modest Scottish landowners and civil servants. The elder Smith served as a writer to the signet, a prestigious position in the Scottish legal system, and later as the controller of customs at Kirkcaldy. The Smith family had roots stretching back through generations of hardworking Scots who had weathered the sometimes harsh conditions of their homeland with resilience and quiet dignity. They were not aristocrats, but rather belonged to that emerging middle class of professionals whose values centered around education, civic duty, and improvement. The story of Adam's birth carries with it a touch of melancholy, for his father passed away in January 1723, some months before Adam's arrival in the world. This meant that young Adam would never know the gentle guidance of his father's hand, or hear stories of family history directly from his paternal lineage. Instead, these tales would come to him through the soft, caring voice of his mother, Margaret Douglas Smith, who would become the central figure in his early life. Margaret herself came from the Douglas family, an old and respected Scottish clan with a rich heritage. The Douglas name appears throughout Scottish history, associated with loyalty, bravery, and a certain independent spirit that characterized many Scottish families. Margaret's branch of the Douglas family were landowners in Fife, and through her, Adam inherited connections to a wider network of Scottish society. She brought to her son not only the Douglas name, but also the family stories, traditions, and values that had been passed down through generations. In the quiet evenings of Adam's childhood, as the light faded over the Firth of Forth, Margaret would often share tales of their ancestors. She spoke of Douglas men who had fought in Scotland's many conflicts, of family members who had weathered the political and religious upheavals that had shaped the nation, and of the simple, everyday courage of those who had maintained family farms and businesses through difficult times. These stories weren't merely entertainment. They were the gentle transmission of identity, values, and worldview from one generation to the next. The Smith household, though missing a father, was not lacking in warmth or stability. Margaret devoted herself to her only child with a tenderness and dedication that created a secure environment in which young Adam could develop. Their home in Kirkcaldy was modest but comfortable, filled with books and conversation. Margaret ensured that despite the absence of his father, Adam would grow up understanding the importance of education, moral character, and social responsibility, values that had been cherished by both the Smith and Douglas families for generations. The cultural context of Adam's early years was shaped by Scotland's unique position in the early 18th century. The 1707 Act of Union had joined Scotland politically with England, creating Great Britain. But Scotland maintained its distinct legal, educational, and religious systems. This was the beginning of what would later be called the Scottish Enlightenment, a flowering of intellectual and cultural achievement that would transform European thought. Adam's family heritage placed him squarely within this tradition of Scottish intellectual inquiry, practical wisdom, and moral philosophy. Religious traditions formed an important part of the Smith family's cultural identity. Like many Scottish families of their time, they were members of the Church of Scotland, a Presbyterian denomination that emphasized education, personal moral responsibility, and the importance of community. Sunday mornings would find Margaret and young Adam walking along the cobbled streets of Kirkcaldy to their local kirk, where the minister's words on duty, virtue, and the proper ordering of society would later echo in Adam's own writings on moral philosophy and economics. The rituals of daily life in the Smith household followed patterns established over generations. Meals were simple but nourishing, featuring traditional Scottish fare, porridge made from locally grown oats, hearty soups, fresh fish from the nearby harbor, and on special occasions, perhaps a bit of mutton or beef. These meals were times for conversation and reflection, when Margaret would gently guide her son's developing mind with questions and observations about the world around them. As a child, Adam was known to be somewhat delicate in health. Family stories passed down suggest that he was once briefly kidnapped by traveling Roma people when he was about 4 years old, only to be recovered by his uncle. While the details of this story may have been embellished over time, it speaks to the close-knit nature of extended family relationships that surrounded and protected the fatherless boy. Aunts, uncles, and cousins from both the Smith and Douglas sides formed a supportive network around Margaret and her son, ensuring that despite the absence of his father, Adam grew up with multiple adult influences and role models. The landscape of Fife itself shaped Adam's early understanding of the world. The Smith family home offered views of the sea, and young Adam would have watched the coming and going of fishing boats and trading vessels, an early glimpse into the commercial activities that would later become the focus of his intellectual work. On clear days, he could see across the Firth of Forth to Edinburgh, Scotland's capital, and a centre of learning and culture. This visual connection to a wider world beyond Kirkcaldy planted seeds of curiosity in the observant child. Family traditions marked the passing of seasons in the Smith household. At Hogmanay, the Scottish New Year celebration, the first foot tradition would have been observed, with neighbors visiting to bring symbolic gifts of coal, shortbread, and whiskey, ensuring warmth, food, and good cheer for the coming year. During the long, dark winter evenings, storytelling around the hearth would have connected Adam to his cultural heritage, as tales of Scottish history, folklore, and family legends were shared in the flickering firelight. When Adam reached school age, Margaret made the decision to send him to the Burgh School of Kirkcaldy, where he received a solid foundation in Latin, mathematics, history, and writing. His teachers noted his thoughtful nature and keen intelligence. School days followed the rhythm established by generations of Scottish scholars before him, beginning with morning prayers and proceeding through lessons that emphasized both practical knowledge and moral development. The Scottish educational tradition, which made schooling more accessible than in many other European countries of the time, reflected values deeply held by the Smith family. That learning was a pathway to both personal improvement and social contribution. At the age of 14, Adam left Kirkcaldy to attend the University of Glasgow, a significant step that reflected both his academic promise and his family's commitment to education. This separation from his mother was softened by regular correspondence and visits. Letters between mother and son, written in the careful penmanship of the period, carried news, advice, and expressions of affection across the distance. Margaret's letters often included reminders of family sayings and wisdom, keeping Adam connected to his roots, even as his mind expanded through university learning. The Smith family's economic circumstances, while not wealthy, were comfortable enough to support Adam's education. This middle-class status was relatively new in historical terms, representing changes in Scottish society that would later feature prominently in Adam's analysis of economic and social structures. Throughout his university years and subsequent academic career, Adam maintained his close connection to his mother. When he secured a position as a professor at Glasgow University, Margaret moved to be with him, establishing a household that became known for its warmth and hospitality. Their home became a gathering place for colleagues and students, where conversations ranged from philosophy to politics to everyday matters, all infused with the genuine interest in others that characterized both mother and son. The deep bond between Adam and Margaret reflected family patterns that stretched back through generations. The Smith and Douglas families had long valued strong family ties, seeing the family unit as the foundation of both personal happiness and social stability. As Adam's reputation as a scholar grew, he remained grounded by his family connections and the values instilled in him from childhood. When he traveled to France as the tutor to a young duke, he wrote regularly to his mother, sharing observations about French culture and society that revealed both his analytical mind and his deep attachment to his Scottish roots. In these letters, we see how the cultural framework established in his early years provided a reference point against which he measured new experiences and ideas. The family stories that had been shared with Adam in childhood, tales of persistence through difficulty, of integrity in business dealings, of community responsibility, found their way into his academic work in subtle but significant ways. His analysis of how markets function most effectively when guided by an invisible hand reflects not only abstract economic theory, but also the practical wisdom of generations of Scottish merchants, craftsmen, and traders, including members of his own extended family. Adam never married or had children of his own, making his relationship with his mother all the more central to his emotional life. When Margaret passed away in 1784, after a long and close relationship with her son, Adam was deeply affected. Friends noted that something vital seemed to diminish in him after her death. The loss of this last direct link to his family origins marked a profound transition in his life, coming just 8 years before his own passing in 1790. The legacy of Adam Smith extends far beyond his individual achievements as a philosopher and economist. It encompasses the cultural inheritance of generations of Smiths and Douglases who contributed to the social fabric of Scotland through their daily work, their community involvement, and their commitment to education and moral development. Through Adam, the values and perspectives shaped by this family history found expression in works that would influence economic and social thought for centuries to come. As evening falls and our thoughts grow quieter, we might imagine Adam Smith in a moment of peaceful reflection, perhaps sitting by a window in his Glasgow home, a book open before him, but his gaze turned toward the darkening sky. In his mind, the voices of family members long gone might mingle with new ideas taking shape, all part of the continuous, flowing river of human understanding to which he would add his own significant contribution. And as we drift toward sleep, we can appreciate how the gentle influences of family, culture, and place shape not only individual lives, but also the broader currents of human thought and history. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the soft, misty light of early 18th century Scotland, little Adam Smith came into a world both harsh and tender. Born in June of 1723 in the royal burgh of Kirkcaldy, a coastal town in Fife, across the Firth of Forth from Edinburgh, Adam arrived after his father had already departed this world. The elder Adam Smith, who served as controller of customs at Kirkcaldy, passed away in January of that same year, leaving his son to be raised by his devoted mother, Margaret Douglas Smith, in the embrace of a small Scottish community where the rhythms of daily life flowed with the tides. Kirkcaldy in those days was a place of gentle contradictions. The town stretched along the shoreline, its narrow streets winding between modest stone buildings that had weathered countless Scottish winters. The air carried the perpetual scent of salt and seaweed, mingling with the earthier aromas of peat smoke curling from chimneys and fresh bread from the town bakeries. On quiet mornings, when the mist hung low over the firth, one could hear the soft lapping of waves against the harbor walls, the distant calls of gulls, and the occasional creak of wooden fishing boats rocking gently at their moorings. The Smith home stood on the high street, a comfortable dwelling, though not ostentatious. Margaret, a woman of gentle determination and quiet intelligence, created a sanctuary of calm for her only child. The windows of their home looked out toward the firth, where on clear days, young Adam could gaze across the water to the distant shores of Edinburgh. Inside, rooms were warmed by coal fires that cast dancing shadows on plastered walls. Wooden floorboards, polished by years of footsteps, would creak softly underfoot as Margaret moved about her daily tasks. Perhaps there were shelves lined with a modest collection of books, treasures of knowledge that would later become so central to Adam's life. The household sounds formed a soothing backdrop to Adam's early years. The gentle ticking of a clock in the parlor, the soft rustling of Margaret's skirts as she moved from room to room, the rhythmic scraping of a broom across the floor, the bubbling of a pot on the hearth. These domestic sounds, so ordinary yet so essential, created the auditory landscape of security that allowed a thoughtful child to develop in peace. Outside the Smith home, Kirkcaldy offered a rich tapestry of sensory experiences for a curious child. The town itself was not large, perhaps housing around 2,000 souls during Adam's childhood. The main street ran parallel to the shore, lined with shops and businesses where local merchants and craftsmen plied their trades. There were weavers working at their looms, the rhythmic clacking of the shuttles forming a background melody to town life. The metallic ring of the blacksmith's hammer on anvil might occasionally rise above other sounds, while the sweet, yeasty scent of the baker's shop would waft through the street in the early mornings. The marketplace would come alive on certain days of the week, filled with the gentle murmur of voices as townspeople gathered to purchase goods and exchange news. Farmers from the surrounding countryside would bring their produce, vegetables still carrying the rich earth of Fife's fertile soil, fresh milk in covered pails, eggs nestled carefully in straw. Fishermen would display their morning catch, the silver scales of herring catching the light, while the more pungent aroma of smoked fish hung in the air around certain stalls. As a child, Adam would have wandered these familiar streets, perhaps holding his mother's hand as they made their way to market or to visit friends. The faces around him would have been known to him: the elderly cobbler with his gentle smile, the minister with his thoughtful gaze, the fisherman with weather-beaten cheeks and calloused hands. In a community of this size, a child was raised not only by his family, but by the collective care of neighbors and townsfolk who knew his name and his circumstances. The natural environment beyond the town offered its own gentle education. The shoreline, with its rocky outcrops and occasional stretches of sand, provided endless fascination. At low tide, tidal pools would reveal miniature worlds of sea creatures: tiny crabs scuttling sideways, translucent shrimp darting through shallow water, anemones opening and closing like underwater flowers. The changing moods of the Firth itself offered daily lessons in nature's rhythms, sometimes calm and reflective, sometimes churning with whitecaps under a gray sky heavy with approaching rain. Inland from Kirkcaldy stretched the Fife countryside, a patchwork of fields and meadows, small woodlands and gentle hills. In spring, these lands would be transformed by soft greens and the delicate colors of wildflowers, bluebells creating carpets of hazy color beneath trees, yellow gorse brightening hillsides, white clover dotting meadows. Summer would bring deeper greens and the golden hues of ripening grain, while autumn painted the landscape in russets and ambers, before winter reduced the palette to more somber tones of brown and gray, occasionally transformed by the pristine whiteness of snow. The changing seasons marked the passage of time in ways both beautiful and practical. Spring brought the renewal of planting, summer the growth and tending of crops, autumn the harvest, and winter a time of preservation and preparation. These natural cycles structured the economic life of the community as surely as they did its visual appearance, teaching young Adam lessons about production, trade, and human interdependence that would later inform his intellectual work. The social environment of Adam's childhood was shaped by the distinctive character of Scottish life in the early 18th century. Scotland was a nation in transition, having relatively recently united with England through the Acts of Union in 1707, just 16 years before Adam's birth. This political change was still working its way through the cultural fabric of Scottish society, creating currents of both resistance and adaptation. The Presbyterian Church played a central role in community life, providing not only spiritual guidance, but also structure to the week and year through its services and observances. Sundays would find the Smith household, like most in Kirkcaldy, making their way to the parish church. The solemn tones of the minister's voice, the measured cadences of scripture readings, the unaccompanied psalms sung by the congregation. These formed another layer of Adam's auditory education, instilling in him an ear for language and rhetoric that would serve him well in later years. Education was highly valued in Scottish society, even for those of modest means. The parish school system aimed to make basic education available to all children, reflecting the Protestant emphasis on literacy to enable Bible reading. Young Adam would have joined other local children in a schoolroom where the schoolmaster maintained discipline and imparted knowledge with varying degrees of patience and skill. The sounds of this early education would have included the recitation of lessons, the scratch of chalk on slate, perhaps the occasional tap of the master's rod when attention wandered or rules were broken. At home, Margaret Smith nurtured her son's natural intelligence and curiosity. Evening hours might find them sitting by firelight, Margaret perhaps engaged in needlework, while Adam read aloud, or they conversed about his studies or local happenings. Their relationship grew especially close in the absence of a father figure, creating a bond of mutual dependence and affection that would endure throughout their lives. The Smith household, while not wealthy, enjoyed a respectable middle class standing in the community. Margaret had come from the landed Douglas family, bringing connections and a certain social position that helped secure opportunities for her son. Their home would have been modestly furnished, but comfortable, with perhaps a few treasured possessions. Silver candlesticks passed down through generations, a polished dining table where guests might occasionally gather, beds with linens kept meticulously clean and aired. Daily routines followed patterns common to the time and place. Mornings began early, with the household rising close to dawn. Breakfast might consist of porridge made from locally grown oats, perhaps accompanied by milk and occasionally sweetened with honey. The main meal of the day would typically come at midday. A simple but nourishing fare of vegetables from local gardens, bread, and sometimes fish or meat, depending on availability and means. Evening meals were lighter, perhaps bread and cheese, or a simple broth, taken as daylight faded, and candles or rush lights were lit to extend the usable hours. Water for drinking and cooking would be fetched from a well or public fountain, carried home in wooden buckets that grew heavy in small hands. Washing was done less frequently than in our modern times, with weekly baths perhaps supplemented by daily sponge washing of face, hands, and feet. Laundry was a major undertaking, involving heating large quantities of water, scrubbing with soap made from animal fat and lye, and then the long process of drying outdoors when weather permitted, or hung near the fire during Scotland's frequent rainy days. The pace of life followed natural rhythms, rising with the sun, working through daylight hours, and seeking rest as darkness fell. Artificial light was precious and used sparingly, making winter evenings long and conducive to storytelling, conversation, or simply sitting in contemplative silence as the fire burned low. Young Adam's health presented challenges that shaped his experience of this environment. He was not a robust child, and at one point was apparently kidnapped by gypsies, only to be recovered by his uncle. This incident, while dramatic, was less significant than his ongoing physical frailty. He suffered from what his biographers describe as nervous symptoms, perhaps what we might now recognize as a form of nervous disorder that manifested in shaking hands and speaking to himself when alone. These physical vulnerabilities may have limited his participation in the more boisterous activities of childhood, directing his energies instead toward observation and thought. This tendency toward observation served him well in Kirkcaldy, where the operations of commerce and industry were visible on a scale that a child could comprehend. The town's main industries included nail-making, fishing, and particularly linen production. The processes involved in transforming raw materials into finished goods, flax into linen, iron into nails, fish into food, and trade goods, unfolded before young Adam's eyes, providing concrete examples of the division of labor and specialization that would later feature prominently in his economic theories. The harbor of Kirkcaldy offered its own education in economics and trade. Ships arrived carrying goods from other ports along the Scottish coast, from England, and sometimes from more distant European locations. Coal from local mines might be loaded onto vessels bound for other destinations, while imported items like wine, spices, or manufactured goods made their way into local shops. The customs house, where Adam's father had worked, stood as a reminder of the regulatory frameworks that governed this commerce, collecting duties that contributed to government revenue. As Adam grew older, his educational horizons expanded beyond Kirkcaldy. At the age of 14, he left the familiar sights and sounds of his hometown to attend the University of Glasgow. This transition marked a significant change in his physical environment, from the intimate scale of a small coastal town to a university city with its grander buildings, wider streets, and more diverse population. Yet the foundational experiences of his early childhood in Kirkcaldy had already shaped his perceptions and interests in ways that would influence his intellectual development. The relationship between Adam and his mother remained central throughout these changes. Margaret moved with her son to Glasgow and later to Edinburgh when his education and career required it. Maintaining the close bond they had formed during his fatherless childhood, their relationship provided emotional continuity amid changing physical surroundings. A constant thread of affection and support that allowed Adam to pursue his intellectual interests with security in the gentle landscape of Fife, with its meeting of land and sea, in the modest but respectable home maintained by a devoted mother, in the small but complex social world of a Scottish burgh town. The foundations were laid for a mind that would one day reshape economic thought. The physical and social environment of Adam Smith's childhood provided not just the setting for his early years, but the raw material from which he would construct his understanding of how human societies function, how labor is divided, how markets operate, how moral sentiments develop through social interaction, the gentle lapping of waves against the shore, the soft conversations of townspeople going about their business, the distant call of gulls wheeling against a pale Scottish sky. These formed the sensory backdrop to a childhood that would eventually influence the thinking of nations. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. In the soft light of the Scottish Enlightenment, Adam Smith's educational journey unfolded like a gentle river finding its way to the sea. After his early years in Kirkcaldy, where the foundations of his curious mind were established, young Adam, at the tender age of 14, made his way to the University of Glasgow in 1737. The journey itself was not particularly long in distance, but for a thoughtful boy who had rarely left his hometown, it represented a significant passage into a wider intellectual world. Margaret Smith, ever attentive to her son's needs, established a comfortable lodging for them, both near the university. Each morning, as the soft Scottish light filtered through the windows, she would ensure Adam had a nourishing breakfast before he set off for his classes, his books tucked carefully under his arm. The cobblestone paths of Glasgow became familiar under his feet as autumn leaves drifted down around him, and the spires of the university buildings rose against the often cloud-laden sky. At Glasgow, Adam found himself immersed in an environment that perfectly suited his contemplative nature. The university was experiencing what historians would later recognize as a golden period. Here, Adam studied under some of the finest minds of the day, but none would influence him more profoundly than Francis Hutcheson, the professor of moral philosophy. Hutcheson's lectures were delivered with a passionate eloquence that captivated the young Smith. In the quiet evenings, as candles burned low in his lodgings, Adam would reflect on the day's lessons, sometimes discussing them with his mother, who, though not formally educated, possessed a natural intelligence and wisdom that complemented her son's more academic learning. These conversations, flowing gently into the night, helped Adam process and internalize the complex ideas he encountered during his days at the university. Hutcheson's influence on Smith extended beyond specific philosophical concepts. The professor modeled a method of teaching that broke with tradition by lecturing in English rather than Latin, making knowledge more accessible. He encouraged students to think for themselves rather than merely memorizing ancient texts. This approach resonated deeply with Smith, who would later adopt similar methods in his own teaching career. Like water gradually shaping stone, Hutcheson's example slowly molded Smith's approach to learning and sharing knowledge. After 3 nurturing years at Glasgow, Adam's academic path led him to Oxford University in 1740, where he had been awarded the Snell Exhibition, a prestigious scholarship. The journey south was long and often uncomfortable, the coach swaying gently along rough roads, passing through changing landscapes as Scotland gave way to England. Margaret could not accompany her son on this adventure, and their separation, though necessary, weighed heavily on both their hearts. Oxford's Balliol College presented a stark contrast to the intellectually stimulating environment of Glasgow. The ancient university, with its imposing architecture and centuries of tradition, might have seemed an ideal place for scholarly development. But Adam found the teaching there disappointingly rigid and outdated. The professors, comfortable in their secured positions, often showed little interest in actually teaching their students. The lectures were delivered in a monotonous drone that seemed designed to induce sleep rather than inspire thought. During these Oxford years, which stretched from 1740 to 1746, Adam largely educated himself. The university's excellent library became his true teacher. In those quiet rooms, where dust motes danced in shafts of sunlight streaming through tall windows, Smith would spend long hours reading widely and deeply. His self-directed studies encompassed classical literature, history, philosophy, languages, and the emerging field of political economy. The gentle turning of pages, the soft scratch of his quill as he took notes, the distant murmur of other scholars working nearby. These formed the soundtrack to his intellectual development. Letters traveled regularly between Oxford and Kirkcaldy, where Margaret had returned. In these written conversations, Adam would share his thoughts and discoveries, while his mother provided the emotional support and encouragement that sustained him through periods of loneliness and frustration. The arrival of her letters, with their familiar handwriting and scent of home, brought comfort to the young scholar in his distant lodgings. During his time at Oxford, Smith began developing his own ideas about education, economics, and moral philosophy, thoughts that would later mature into his groundbreaking works. He observed the inefficiencies of the Oxford system and contemplated how institutions might better serve their purposes. He noticed how self-interest seemed to drive human behavior, yet also recognized the natural human capacity for sympathy and moral judgment. These observations settled in his mind like seeds in fertile soil, waiting for the right conditions to grow. After completing his formal education at Oxford, Adam returned to Scotland in 1746, spending about 2 years in Kirkcaldy with his mother. This period of quiet reflection allowed him to consolidate his thoughts and plan his future. The familiar surroundings of his childhood home, the rhythmic sounds of the nearby sea, and the comfortable routines shared with Margaret provided a soothing environment for his active mind. An opportunity arose in 1748 when Smith was invited to Edinburgh to deliver a series of public lectures on rhetoric and belles lettres. These lectures, delivered in a room above a local bookshop, attracted an audience of professionals, intellectuals, and curious citizens, speaking in a measured, thoughtful manner that held his listeners' attention without overwhelming them. Smith shared insights on language, communication, and literary style. The success of these lectures established his reputation as a thinker and teacher of note. During his time in Edinburgh, Smith formed important friendships with other luminaries of the Scottish Enlightenment, including the philosopher David Hume. Their connection, which began around 1750, would develop into one of the most significant intellectual friendships of the era. Hume, slightly older and already established as a major philosophical voice, recognized in Smith a kindred spirit. Their conversations, which often extended through long evenings by the fireside, the soft crackle of burning logs accompanying their exchange of ideas, helped both men refine their thinking. Hume's skeptical approach to philosophy and his empirical method influenced Smith's own intellectual development. Though they would sometimes disagree, their discussions were characterized by mutual respect and a shared commitment to following reason wherever it might lead, like two streams joining to form a stronger current. Their intellectual exchange enriched both men's work. In 1751, Smith's growing reputation led to his appointment as professor of logic at the University of Glasgow, and the following year, he moved to the more prestigious chair of moral philosophy, the same position once held by his beloved teacher, Francis Hutcheson. Margaret, now aging but still devoted to her son's well-being, once again established a home for them in Glasgow. As a professor, Smith developed a teaching style that engaged and inspired his students. His lectures, delivered in a calm, methodical manner, covered a wide range of subjects: ethics, rhetoric, jurisprudence, and political economy. Students found themselves drawn into his carefully constructed arguments, his gentle voice guiding them through complex ideas with remarkable clarity. The lecture hall would fall into a hushed attentiveness as he spoke, the only sounds being the occasional rustling of papers or the soft scratching of quills as students took notes. It was during these Glasgow years, from 1751 to 1764 that Smith's ideas began to take their mature form. His lectures on moral philosophy eventually provided the basis for the theory of moral sentiments. Published in 1759, this work explored how human sympathy, our ability to imagine ourselves in another's situation and share their feelings, forms the foundation of moral judgment. The book was well received, establishing Smith as an important philosophical voice. The daily routine of academic life suited Smith's temperament. Mornings were devoted to lectures and university business, afternoons to reading and writing, and evenings often to conversation with colleagues and friends. The changing seasons passed outside his window. Spring rains giving way to summer warmth, autumn colors fading into winter grays, while inside, his mind continued its steady exploration of ideas. Smith was known for occasional absent-mindedness, sometimes becoming so absorbed in his thoughts that he would walk along familiar paths without noticing his surroundings or the people he passed. Students and colleagues grew accustomed to these moments of deep contemplation, recognizing them as signs of a mind engaged in important work. Throughout this period, Smith continued to refine his economic theories. He observed the growing industrialization around Glasgow, noting how the division of labor increased productivity. He contemplated the nature of value and exchange, the role of self-interest in driving economic activity, and how markets could coordinate the actions of countless individuals without central direction. These ideas, like a slow-forming pearl, gradually took shape over years of observation and reflection. His teaching duties also included responsibility for the university library, a role that allowed him to expand the collection in directions that reflected his broad intellectual interests. The quiet hours spent among the books, selecting new volumes and organizing existing ones, provided another form of education. As Smith continued his lifelong habit of wide reading, in 1764, an opportunity arose that would change the course of Smith's life and provide him with new experiences to inform his thinking. He was offered the position of tutor to the young Duke of Buccleuch, a role that would involve accompanying the young nobleman on a grand tour of Europe. The position came with a generous lifetime pension that would provide financial security for both Smith and his mother. After careful consideration, Smith resigned his professorship at Glasgow to accept this new challenge. The decision to leave academic life was not made lightly. Smith had flourished at Glasgow, building a reputation as an outstanding teacher and thinker. His colleagues valued his contributions. His students admired his wisdom, and he had established comfortable routines in the city he knew well. Yet the opportunity to travel, to observe different societies and economic systems firsthand, and to secure long-term financial stability proved too compelling to resist. Margaret, now in her 70s, returned once more to Kirkcaldy, while her son embarked on his European journey. Their separation would last more than 2 years, but as always, letters maintained their connection across the distance. In these gentle missives, Adam shared his observations of foreign lands, while Margaret kept him informed of happenings at home. The European tour, which lasted from 1764 to 1766, took Smith and his young charge through France and Switzerland. In Paris, Smith met with leading French economists and philosophers, including François Quesnay and the physiocrats, who believed that agriculture was the source of a nation's wealth. These conversations, conducted in drawing rooms where candles cast soft light on thoughtful faces, or during leisurely walks through Parisian gardens, the gravel crunching softly underfoot, exposed Smith to new economic theories and perspectives. He also met with Voltaire in Geneva, an encounter between two of the era's greatest minds that surely involved a stimulating exchange of ideas. Throughout these travels, Smith observed different economic systems, noting how trade regulations, taxation policies, and social structures affected prosperity and development. Like a patient gardener collecting seeds, he gathered observations and insights that would later bear fruit in his economic writings. Upon returning to Britain in 1766, Smith did not immediately resume academic life. Instead, he returned to Kirkcaldy to live with his mother, now entering her final years. This period of quiet work in Kirkcaldy, stretching from 1767 to 1773, allowed Smith to synthesize his lifetime of learning, observation, and reflection. The book took shape slowly, each chapter carefully crafted and revised. Sometimes Smith would read passages aloud to his mother, her attentive listening and occasional questions helping him clarify his expression. The gentle domesticity of their shared home provided the stable foundation he needed for such an ambitious intellectual project. In this way, through years of formal education, self-directed study, teaching, conversation with brilliant contemporaries, direct observation of economic activities, and patient reflection, Adam Smith developed the ideas that would transform economic thought. His intellectual journey, like a river flowing through varied landscapes, gathered tributaries of knowledge from many sources before reaching its destination in his published works. And throughout this journey, the constant presence of his mother provided the emotional security that allowed his remarkable mind to flourish. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. Adam Smith's life was a tapestry woven with the threads of many influential figures, each leaving an indelible mark on his intellectual and personal development. From his earliest years in Kirkcaldy to his later travels across Europe, he was fortunate to encounter mentors, role models, and thinkers who shaped his ideas and guided his path. These relationships unfolded slowly, like the turning of pages in a well-loved book, each chapter revealing new lessons and deepening his understanding of the world. One of the earliest and most enduring influences in Smith's life was his mother, Margaret. She was a woman of quiet strength, providing not only the warmth of a loving home, but also the stability that allowed his mind to flourish. Even before he learned the complexities of philosophy or economics, he learned from her the importance of patience, discipline, and kindness when he returned to live with her in Kirkcaldy after his travels. Their shared home became a sanctuary where he could write and reflect. She listened as he read passages from the Wealth of Nations asterisk, her questions often helping him refine his thoughts. In many ways, she was his first and most constant teacher, nurturing the curiosity that would define his life's work. At the age of 14, Smith left home to attend the University of Glasgow, where he encountered one of his most formative mentors, Francis Hutcheson, a professor of moral philosophy. Hutcheson was known for his passionate lectures and his belief in the innate moral sense of human beings. His teaching style was engaging, his voice carrying across the lecture hall as he spoke about justice, benevolence, and the natural harmony of society. Under Hutcheson's guidance, Smith began to develop his own ideas about human nature, the role of sympathy in moral judgment, and the invisible forces that guide human interactions. Hutcheson encouraged his students to question, to debate, and to think independently, lessons that would stay with Smith long after he left Glasgow. After Glasgow, Smith continued his studies at Balliol College, Oxford. The atmosphere there was very different, more rigid, less stimulating. But even in that environment, he found ways to expand his mind. He spent countless hours in the Bodleian Library, immersing himself in books on history, politics, and philosophy. Though he had no single mentor at Oxford who matched Hutcheson's influence, the solitude of his studies allowed him to develop his own intellectual independence. It was during this time that he first encountered the works of David Hume, a philosopher whose ideas would later become central to Smith's own thinking. Though they had not yet met, Hume's writings on human nature, commerce, and morality resonated deeply with him, planting the seeds for a future friendship. Years later, when Smith returned to Glasgow as a professor, he finally met Hume in person. Their friendship was immediate and profound, built on mutual respect and a shared fascination with the workings of society. Hume, already an established philosopher, became both a mentor and a peer to Smith. Their letters filled with lively exchanges about ideas, books, and the intellectual currents of their time. Hume's skepticism and empiricism influenced Smith's approach to philosophy, encouraging him to ground his theories in observation rather than abstract speculation. When Hume passed away in 1776, Smith wrote a moving account of his friend's final days, praising his wit, his kindness, and the peaceful acceptance with which he faced death, the loss was deeply felt. But Hume's ideas continued to shape Smith's work, particularly in the theory of moral sentiments asterisk, where the influence of Hume's philosophy on sympathy and moral judgment is unmistakable. Another key figure in Smith's life was Charles Townshend, a statesman who played an unexpected but significant role in his career. It was Townshend who, impressed by Smith's intellect, arranged for him to become the tutor of his stepson, the young Duke of Buccleuch. This position took Smith away from academia and into the world of European high society, where he traveled with the Duke through France and Switzerland. The journey exposed him to new economic systems, new philosophies, and new conversations with some of the greatest minds of the Enlightenment. In Paris, he met Francois Quesnay, a leading figure in the physiocratic school of thought, which argued that agriculture was the true source of a nation's wealth. Though Smith would later challenge some of their ideas, the discussions sharpened his own thinking, helping him refine what would become the wealth of nations asterisk. Throughout his life, Smith remained a keen observer of people, learning not only from great thinkers, but also from everyday interactions. He listened to merchants discussing trade, watched laborers at work, and reflected on the intricate web of exchange that bound society together. His ability to draw wisdom from ordinary life was one of his greatest strengths, allowing him to see the profound in the mundane. In his later years, as he revised his works and corresponded with fellow intellectuals, Smith often reflected on the many influences that had shaped him. He never claimed to have arrived at his ideas alone. He saw himself as part of a long conversation, building on the insights of those who came before him, while adding his own voice to the discourse. The friendships, the debates, the quiet moments of reflection, all had played their part in his journey. And so, as the sun set on his life, Adam Smith could look back with gratitude at the mentors, friends, and thinkers who had guided him. Their lessons lived on in his words, in his books, and in the ideas that would continue to shape the world long after he was gone. The river of his thought, fed by so many tributaries, flowed onward, carrying with it the wisdom of those who had walked beside him. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. Adam Smith's early career unfolded like the slow, steady turning of pages in a well-worn book, each chapter revealing new experiences that would shape the thinker he was to become. His journey began in the quiet halls of academia, where the young scholar, having left his hometown of Kirkcaldy, found himself immersed in the intellectual currents of Oxford. The year was 1740, and the university, though prestigious, was not always the nurturing ground one might expect. The libraries were vast, but the teaching was often lackluster, leaving Smith to wander the stacks alone, feeding his curiosity with books rather than lectures. Yet even in this solitude, he discovered the works of great philosophers, Hume, Locke, and Hutcheson, whose ideas would later weave themselves into the fabric of his own thought. After 6 years, he returned to Scotland, where the winds of the Enlightenment were blowing more strongly. Edinburgh and Glasgow buzzed with debate, and Smith, now in his mid-20s, was eager to contribute. His first professional step was a series of public lectures on rhetoric and belles lettres, delivered in Edinburgh to small but attentive crowds. His voice, though not commanding, carried the quiet confidence of a man who had spent years thinking deeply about language and persuasion. These lectures were not merely exercises in oratory. They were his first attempts to understand how human communication shaped society, a theme that would recur throughout his life. In 1751, he was appointed as a professor at the University of Glasgow, first teaching logic and later moral philosophy. The classroom became his laboratory, the students his sounding board. He spoke not in dry, rigid terms, but in a way that invited reflection, encouraging young minds to question and explore. His lectures on ethics, economics, and jurisprudence were not merely academic exercises. They were living conversations, evolving with each new question from a curious pupil. It was here that he first began to articulate the ideas that would later blossom into the theory of moral sentiments. Yet the life of a professor was not without its challenges. The university was a place of tradition, and some of Smith's more progressive ideas met with resistance. He argued that morality was not handed down from on high, but emerged from human interactions, from the natural sympathy people felt for one another. This was a radical notion at the time, and while many students were inspired, others, particularly those with more orthodox views, found it unsettling. Smith, however, was not one to shy away from debate. He welcomed disagreement, seeing it as a chance to refine his thinking, to test his ideas against the sharp edges of critique. Beyond the lecture halls, Smith was becoming a familiar figure in Glasgow's bustling merchant circles. The city was a hub of trade, its docks filled with ships carrying goods from across the British Empire. He would often stroll through the markets, listening to the haggling of traders, observing how prices rose and fell with supply and demand. These walks were more than mere pastimes. They were fieldwork, the raw material for his later economic theories. He saw how self-interest, when channeled through fair competition, could lead to prosperity, not just for individuals, but for society as a whole. It was during these years that he formed one of his most important friendships with David Hume, the philosopher whose skeptical, questioning mind resonated deeply with Smith's own. Their letters, filled with lively debate and warm camaraderie, reveal a mutual respect that helped sharpen both men's ideas. Hume's influence can be felt in Smith's willingness to challenge conventional wisdom, to dig beneath the surface of social norms, and ask why things worked as they did. By the late 1750s, Smith's reputation had grown enough to attract the attention of wealthy patrons. One such figure was Charles Townshend, a prominent statesman, who in 1763 offered Smith a position as tutor to his stepson, the young Duke of Buccleuch. The offer was generous, a salary far beyond what the university could provide, plus the chance to travel across Europe. Yet, it meant leaving behind the classroom, the students who had come to rely on him. After much deliberation, Smith accepted, setting off on a journey that would further expand his horizons. For nearly 3 years, he and the Duke traveled through France and Switzerland, meeting with leading thinkers of the day. In Paris, he sat in the salons of philosophers like Voltaire and Quesnay, absorbing their ideas about commerce, agriculture, and human nature. These conversations were like seeds planted in fertile soil, slowly taking root in his mind. Quesnay's theories on the circulation of wealth, in particular, left a lasting impression, though Smith would later refine and challenge them in his own work. Yet the travels were not without hardship. The Duke's younger brother, who accompanied them, fell ill and died in Paris, a tragedy that weighed heavily on Smith. He had grown fond of both young men, and the loss reminded him of the fragility of life, a theme that would subtly color his later writings on human interdependence. When he returned to Britain in 1766, Smith was no longer just a professor or a tutor. He was a thinker with a vision taking shape. He settled in Kirkcaldy, where the quiet rhythms of small-town life gave him the space to write. The result, in 1776, was The Wealth of Nations*, a book that would change the way the world understood economics. But its roots stretched back to those early days in Glasgow, to the lectures and the market walks, to the friendships and the debates. Looking back, one can see how each step of his early career, each lecture, each conversation, each moment of observation was like a stone placed carefully in a stream, guiding the flow of his thought towards something greater. He did not know in those early years just how far his ideas would travel. He was simply a man who loved to think, to question, to understand. And in that quiet pursuit, he found his life's work, drifting like clouds across the evening sky. We now move to the next part of this calming life story. Adam Smith's life was one of quiet contemplation, a steady unfolding of ideas that would ripple outward far beyond the small Scottish town where he did his greatest work. In Kirkcaldy, he found the stillness he needed, the unhurried days where thoughts could settle and take shape. It was here, in the gentle rhythm of mornings, by the fire and afternoons spent walking along the coast, that he penned The Wealth of Nations*, a book so profound it would reshape the way nations thought about trade, labor, and the invisible forces that guide human prosperity. His method was not one of haste or grand declarations, but of patient observation. He watched the world around him, the fishermen hauling their nets, the merchants haggling in the marketplace, the way goods moved from one hand to another. These everyday interactions fascinated him, for in them he saw the patterns of a larger system, one that operated almost as if guided by an unseen hand. That phrase, the invisible hand, would become one of his most enduring ideas, a metaphor for how individual self-interest, when left to move freely, could benefit society as a whole without any single person intending it. The book itself was vast, a sprawling work of over 1,000 pages, yet it was built on simple, intuitive principles. He argued that wealth was not merely gold or silver, as many believed at the time, but the productive labor of a nation, the goods made, the services rendered, the land cultivated. Trade, he insisted, was not a zero-sum game where one country's gain was another's loss, but a mutual benefit, a way for different peoples to specialize in what they did best and share the fruits of their labor. His inspiration came from everywhere, from the bustling docks of Glasgow, where ships arrived laden with spices and silks, to the quiet conversations with fellow philosophers like David Hume, whose friendship had deepened his understanding of human nature. Smith had always believed that economics was inseparable from morality, that the study of wealth was really the study of how people lived together, how they cooperated, how they thrived. This connection between ethics and economics had been the subject of his earlier work. The theory of moral sentiments asterisk, where he explored the idea of sympathy, the human ability to understand and share the feelings of others. That book, too, was a quiet masterpiece, one that laid the groundwork for his later thoughts on how societies functioned. The impact of the wealth of nations asterisk was slow at first, like a stone dropped into a still pond, sending out rings that grew wider with time. Politicians, merchants, and thinkers began to see the wisdom in his arguments, that heavy tariffs and restrictions on trade often did more harm than good, that markets worked best when left to their own devices. His ideas influenced the policies of nations, shaping the rise of free trade and the Industrial Revolution, though Smith himself would not live to see the full extent of their reach. Yet, he was never one to seek fame or fortune. He remained, until the end, a quiet scholar, more comfortable in the company of books and close friends than in the spotlight of public debate. When he died in 1790, he left behind not just a body of work, but a way of thinking, a belief that beneath the chaos of human affairs, there was order, a natural harmony that emerged when people were free to pursue their own interests within the bounds of justice and compassion. And so, as the years passed, his ideas continued to spread, carried forward by those who saw in them not just economic theory, but a vision of how the world could be, a vision built on observation, on patience, on the slow accumulation of insight, much like the man himself, who had spent his life thinking deeply, writing carefully, and trusting that the truth, once discovered, would find its way as your breathing becomes more regular. Let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. The life of Adam Smith, like all lives, was shaped by quiet moments of decision, crossroads where a single choice could have led him down an entirely different path. These moments unfolded slowly, almost imperceptibly, like the turning of pages in a well-worn book. One of the first came when he was just a boy, a bookish child with a mind that soaked up knowledge like rain into dry earth. His early education at the Burgh School of Kirkcaldy was unremarkable, but his love of learning set him apart. Had he not been encouraged by his mother, Margaret, who recognized his potential, he might have remained in the small Scottish town, his brilliance never fully unfurled. Instead, at the age of 14, he left for the University of Glasgow, a decision that would open doors to a world of ideas far beyond the familiar streets of home. At Glasgow, Smith found himself in the company of thinkers who challenged him, particularly the philosopher Francis Hutcheson, whose lectures on moral philosophy left a lasting impression. Hutcheson's belief in the natural goodness of humanity and the importance of individual liberty planted seeds in Smith's mind that would later blossom into his own theories. Had Smith been less receptive, or had he chosen a different mentor, his intellectual journey might have taken a more conventional path. But he was drawn to questions of human nature, of how societies functioned, and this curiosity led him to Oxford. Oxford, however, was a disappointment. The rigid, traditional curriculum left little room for the kind of inquiry that excited him. Years later, he would criticize the university for its stifling atmosphere. But even this experience shaped him. It taught him the value of independent thought, of seeking knowledge beyond prescribed boundaries. Had he thrived at Oxford, becoming another dutiful scholar in the old mold, his ideas might never have broken free from tradition. Instead, he returned to Scotland, where the intellectual climate was more vibrant, and began lecturing at the University of Edinburgh. This was another turning point, the moment he stepped into the role of teacher. His lectures on rhetoric and literature were well received, but it was his growing interest in political economy that would define his legacy. One can imagine him standing before a room of eager students, his voice measured, his thoughts carefully arranged, as he explored the connections between commerce, morality, and human happiness. Had he remained solely a teacher, content to share ideas without committing them to paper, the world might never have known his name. But the act of teaching sharpened his thinking, and slowly the foundations of his great works began to form. Then came the offer to become a tutor to the young Duke of Buccleuch. It was an opportunity that took him away from academia and into the grand houses of Europe, where he traveled with his pupil for nearly 3 years. This period was crucial, not for the tutoring itself, but for the conversations he had along the way. In France, He met thinkers like Voltaire and Quesnay, whose ideas on economics influenced his own. The trip also gave him time to reflect, to observe the workings of different economies, and to begin drafting the thoughts that would become The Wealth of Nations*. Had he declined the position, staying safely within the walls of the university, his theories might have remained abstract, untested against the realities of trade and industry. But travel broadened his perspective, and when he returned to Scotland, he was ready to write. The years spent writing The Wealth of Nations were slow and deliberate. He revised, reworked, and refined, never rushing, never forcing the words. It was as if he understood that ideas, like fine wine, needed time to mature. When the book was finally published in 1776, it did not immediately shake the world. Its impact was gradual, like the first light of dawn creeping over the horizon. Had he hurried the process, publishing before his thoughts were fully formed, the work might have been dismissed as incomplete or unconvincing, but his patience ensured that when the world was ready to listen, his arguments would stand the test of time. Even after the book's publication, Smith remained modest, avoiding the debates and controversies that often surrounded great thinkers. He preferred the quiet of his study, the companionship of friends like David Hume, and the steady rhythm of his work. When he was appointed Commissioner of Customs in Edinburgh, some might have seen it as a distraction from his intellectual pursuits. But for Smith, it was another opportunity to observe, to see firsthand how policies affected trade and livelihoods. Had he refused the position, retreating entirely into theory, his ideas might have lacked the practical grounding that made them so persuasive. Instead, he balanced thought with experience, ensuring that his philosophy was not just elegant, but true. As he grew older, Smith continued to refine his ideas, though he never published another major work. Some might wonder what else he could have written had he lived longer or pushed himself harder, but perhaps his greatest lesson was in knowing when to stop, when to let his work speak for itself. He understood that wisdom was not just in accumulation, but in restraint. When he died in 1790, he left behind not just books, but a way of seeing the world, a belief in the quiet, steady forces that shape human progress. Had any of these moments unfolded differently, the course of his life, and perhaps the course of history, might have changed. A boy who stayed in Kirkcaldy, a scholar who remained at Oxford, a thinker who never traveled or taught, or observed the workings of the world. These alternate versions of Adam Smith would not have given us the ideas that still resonate today. But history does not unfold in might-have-beens. It moves forward, shaped by the choices of those who dare to think, to question, to trust in the slow unfolding of truth. And so, as we reflect on these quiet turning points, we can almost hear the whisper of pages turning, the soft sound of a mind at work, and the gentle certainty that some ideas, once set in motion, will always find their way. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. Adam Smith's life was quietly shaped by the people who walked beside him, those who challenged his thinking, softened his solitude, and left gentle imprints on his heart. Though he never married or had children, his days were rich with friendships, mentorships, and family bonds that deepened his understanding of the world. These relationships, often overlooked in the grand sweep of his intellectual legacy, were the unseen threads that wove through his days, giving warmth to his studies and grounding his lofty ideas in the quiet reality of human connection. Perhaps the most profound of these was his friendship with David Hume, a bond that began when Smith was still a young scholar finding his voice. Hume, already a towering figure in philosophy, saw something in the reserved young man, a mind that questioned patiently, without haste or arrogance. Their letters, filled with playful humor and deep mutual respect, reveal a friendship that was both intellectually nourishing and deeply affectionate. When Hume fell seriously ill in his final years, it was Smith who sat by his side, offering not just philosophical solace, but the simple comfort of presence. And when Hume passed away, it was Smith who penned a moving tribute, defending his friend's character against those who misunderstood his skepticism. In those quiet moments of grief, Smith showed that even the most rational minds are tendered by loss, but his circle extended beyond Hume. There was François Quesnay, the French economist whose ideas on agriculture and natural order fascinated Smith during his travels abroad. Though they disagreed on many points, their conversations were never hostile, only thoughtful, like two gardeners comparing notes on the same patch of earth. And then there was Edmund Burke, the eloquent statesman, whose letters to Smith carried a tone of admiration mixed with friendly debate. These relationships were never marked by rivalry, only by the gentle friction of minds sharpening one another. Closer to home, his mother, Margaret Douglas, was the quiet anchor of his life. After his father's early death, she raised him with steadfast love. And even as he grew into a man of renown, he returned to her again and again, seeking the comfort of her presence. When he accepted a professorship in Glasgow, she moved with him, keeping his house and ensuring that his scholarly life was cushioned by domestic warmth. Their bond was so deep that when she passed away in 1784, Smith was said to have been utterly shattered, withdrawing from society for a time. In her, he had not just a parent, but a constant, a reminder of the quiet, sustaining love that exists beyond the realm of ideas. Then there were his students, many of whom remembered him not as a distant lecturer, but as a kind and patient guide. He took time to know them, to listen to their struggles, and to encourage those who showed promise. One former pupil recalled how Smith, upon hearing of a student's financial difficulties, quietly arranged for his fees to be waived. Such acts acts were never performed for recognition, only out of a genuine belief that education should be accessible, that minds should not be hindered by circumstance. Even in his professional collaborations, Smith's relationships were marked by a rare gentleness. When he served as Commissioner of Customs in Edinburgh, he worked alongside colleagues who respected his careful, methodical approach. There were no dramatic clashes or power struggles, only the steady, unglamorous work of governance, carried out with mutual regard. Some might have expected a man of his intellect to grow impatient with bureaucracy, but Smith saw in it another form of understanding, another way to observe how systems touched lives. And though he never married, there were moments in his life when romance might have flickered at the edges. Some biographers have speculated about his closeness to certain women, like the Duchess of Buccleuch, whose sons he tutored during his years in France. Their correspondence suggests a deep fondness, though whether it was ever more than friendship remains a quiet mystery. What is certain is that Smith, though solitary by nature, was never truly alone. His life was interlaced with conversations, letters, shared meals, and the unspoken understanding that comes from years of companionship. In his later years, as his health declined, it was these relationships that sustained him. Friends visited regularly, ensuring that his final days were not spent in isolation. And when he passed away in 1790, it was not with the drama of a public figure, but with the quiet dignity of a man who had loved and been loved in return. His funeral was simple, attended by those who had known him best: friends, former students, colleagues who had come to admire not just his mind, but his kindness. Looking back, it becomes clear that Adam Smith's greatness did not lie solely in his ideas, but in the way he moved through the world with curiosity, yes, but also with gentleness. His friendships were not transactions, but slow-growing vines that wound through his life, shaping him as much as he shaped them. He understood, in a way few thinkers do, that philosophy is not just about abstractions, but about people: the baker, the merchant, the mother, the friend. And so, as we reflect on his life, we see not just the author of The Wealth of Nations asterisk, but the man who wrote letters filled with warmth, who grieved deeply, who listened as much as he spoke. In the end, perhaps this was his quietest lesson: that even the most brilliant minds are human, that wisdom is not just found in books, but in the quiet spaces between conversations, in the unspoken bonds that steady us as we think, as we question, as we live. And as we drift into sleep, we can imagine him still, sitting by a fireside, a letter in hand, a friend across from him, the soft murmur of voices weaving through the night. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. Adam Smith's days unfolded with a quiet rhythm, one that balanced the demands of his intellect with the simple pleasures of human connection. Though history remembers him for for the towering ideas that shaped economics and philosophy. His private life was woven with smaller, softer threads, habits that grounded him, friendships that sustained his spirit, and quiet pastimes that brought him peace. His mornings often began gently, with the slow turning of pages in the quiet of his study. He was an early riser, but never hurried, savoring the first light as it spilled across his desk. There was a ritual to it, the careful selection of a book, the steaming cup of tea beside him, the way his fingers traced the lines of text, as if, in conversation with the author, he read widely, not just philosophy and economics, but poetry, history, and even the occasional novel, believing that wisdom could be found in unexpected places. Breakfast was a simple affair, often shared with friends or his beloved mother, Margaret, who lived with him for much of his life. Their bond was one of deep tenderness. She had raised him alone after his father's death, and in her presence, the great thinker became simply a devoted son. They would talk of small things, the weather, the garden, the latest news from Kirkcaldy, their hometown. These ordinary exchanges were a comfort to him, a reminder that life's deepest joys often lie in its simplest moments. Afterward, he would take long, meandering walks, a habit he cherished. Edinburgh's cobbled streets or the rolling hills outside the city provided the perfect backdrop for his thoughts. He walked not with purpose, but with openness, allowing his mind to wander as his feet carried him forward. Sometimes a friend would join him, David Hume, perhaps, or another member of the lively intellectual circle that gathered in Scotland's Enlightenment salons. Their conversations were unhurried, weaving between philosophy and laughter, between grand theories and the small absurdities of daily life. Smith was not a man of many material indulgences, but he took great pleasure in the warmth of good company. His home was modest, yet always open to visitors. The chairs by the fireplace were well worn from years of use, the table often set for an impromptu guest. He believed that conversation was one of life's finest arts, and he practiced it with care, listening as much as he spoke, offering thoughtful questions rather than pronouncements. His friends remarked that there was no pretension in him, no desire to impress. He was simply present, fully engaged in the exchange of ideas and the quiet pleasure of companionship. In the evenings, he often retired to his study once more, this time to write letters. His correspondence was extensive, filled with warmth and curiosity. He wrote to former students, fellow scholars, and old friends, his words flowing with the ease of someone who truly valued connection. He inquired after their health, their families, their latest projects, and in doing so, revealed his own gentle nature. Even in his most famous works, there is a sense of this personal touch, a belief that ideas matter because people matter, that economics and ethics are inseparable from the lives they shape. Music was another of his quiet joys. Though he never considered himself skilled as a performer, he loved to listen, finding in its melodies a kind of wordless philosophy. A friend once recalled an evening when Smith sat utterly still as a violinist played, his eyes closed, his face softened by the sound. Later, he remarked that music was proof of something beyond mere utility, that humans create beauty not because they must, but because they can. He also had a fondness for gardens, though his own attempts at cultivation were modest. He liked the slow, patient work of tending to plants, the way it demanded attention without urgency. There was something meditative in it, a reminder that growth takes time, whether in nature or in the mind. On sunny afternoons, he could often be found sitting outside with a book, the rustle of leaves and the hum of bees forming a gentle soundtrack to his reading. Though he never married, his life was rich with deep and lasting friendships. His bond with David Hume was particularly profound, a meeting of minds that spanned decades, surviving even Hume's controversial reputation. When Hume lay dying, it was Smith who visited him regularly, who sat by his bedside in those final days, offering not grand speeches, but the quiet comfort of presence. It was a testament to the depth of their connection, one that transcended intellectual kinship and became something far more personal. Even in his later years, as his health grew fragile, Smith's routines remained gentle and deliberate. He continued to receive visitors, though the conversations grew softer, the topics more reflective. He spoke often of gratitude for his friends, for the life he had lived, for the small moments that had shaped him. And when the end came, it was as it had been for Hume, surrounded by those who loved him, his passing as quiet as the closing of a well-read book. To understand Adam Smith fully, then, is to see not just the theorist of markets and morals, but the man who treasured a walk in the hills, who wrote letters filled with kindness, who found joy in the ordinary. His philosophy was not just in his books, but in the way he lived with attentiveness, with care, with the understanding that life's truest wealth lies in the connections we nurture. And so, as sleep draws near, we might imagine him still, sitting by the fire, a friend beside him, the murmur of conversation blending with the crackle of the hearth, the night settling softly around them like a well-worn cloak, like a gentle river flowing toward the sea. Our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. Adam Smith's days unfolded with a quiet rhythm, a measured cadence that mirrored the deliberate nature of his thoughts. From his early years in Kirkcaldy to his later life in Edinburgh, his routines were not rigid, but they carried a comforting predictability, like the gentle lapping of waves against the shore. In his youth, mornings often began with the soft gray light of Scotland filtering through the windows of his family home. He would rise slowly, dressing with care, favoring simple, sturdy garments suited to the cool climate. Breakfast was a modest affair, oatmeal, perhaps, or fresh bread with butter, eaten in the company of his mother, with whom he shared a deep and abiding bond. Their conversations were unhurried, filled with the small observations of daily life, the kind of talk that lingers in memory like the scent of hearth smoke. After breakfast, he would retreat to his study, a room lined with books, their spines well worn from frequent use. The desk was sturdy oak, its surface marked by ink stains and the faint scratches of countless hours of writing. Here, he would work by the light of a tallow candle, or if the day was bright, by the pale northern sunlight. His quill moved steadily across the page, pausing only to dip into the inkwell or to gaze thoughtfully out the window, where the distant hills seemed to invite reflection. When the morning's work was done, he would often take a walk, a habit he cherished throughout his life. The paths around Kirkcaldy were his favorites, winding through green fields and along the rocky coastline. He moved at a leisurely pace, his hands clasped behind his back, his mind turning over ideas as his feet carried him forward. Sometimes he would pause to watch the fishermen at work, their boats bobbing on the water, or to admire the way the light played on the leaves of a solitary tree. These walks were not merely exercise. They were part of his thinking, a way to let his thoughts breathe and settle. Lunch was a simple meal, taken at midday, perhaps a bit of cheese, some cold meat, and a tankard of small beer. If the weather was fine, he might eat outside, seated on a bench beneath a tree, listening to the rustle of branches overhead. In colder months, he would return to the warmth of the house, where a fire crackled in the grate, its glow casting flickering shadows on the walls. The afternoons were often given to correspondence. He wrote letters with the same care he devoted to his books, his handwriting neat and precise. Many of these letters were to friends, David Hume most of all, and they were filled with warmth, wit, and the kind of quiet wisdom that comes from a life spent observing the world. He wrote of books he had read, of ideas that intrigued him, of the small pleasures of his days. Each letter was a thread in the tapestry of his friendships, woven with patience and affection. As evening approached, he might receive visitors. His home was a place of quiet hospitality, where conversation flowed easily, unburdened by pretense. Friends gathered around the fire, their voices low and companionable, the topics ranging from philosophy to the latest news from London. Smith was a thoughtful listener, often pausing before he spoke, his words measured and considerate. There was no rush in these gatherings, no need to fill the silence with chatter. The fire would burn down to embers, the candles would gutter, and still the talk would linger, like the last notes of a familiar song. Dinner was a modest affair, but it was taken with pleasure. A bowl of soup, a slice of roasted meat, a glass of wine, these were enough. He ate slowly, savoring each bite, his mind still turning over the day's conversations. Afterward, he might read for a while, his chair drawn close to the fire, the book held in hands that were beginning to show the marks of age. The pages turned softly, the words carrying him into worlds of thought and imagination. When at last the hour grew late, he would retire to bed. The room was spare but comfortable, the mattress stuffed with feathers, the blankets thick and warm. He would extinguish the candle, and in the darkness, the house would settle around him, the creak of floorboards, the sigh of the wind outside, the distant murmur of the sea. Sleep came gently, as it does to those who have spent their days in purposeful calm. In his later years, when he moved to Edinburgh, his routines shifted, but remained rooted in the same quiet rhythms. His health was not what it had been, and his steps were slower, but his days still unfolded with grace. He rose later now, allowing the sun to climb higher before he began his work. His study in Edinburgh was smaller, but just as filled with books, their presence a comfort. He wrote less, but when he did, it was with the same clarity and care. His walks grew shorter, but no less cherished. He would stroll through the city streets, nodding to acquaintances, pausing to admire the play of light on the stone buildings. Sometimes a friend would join him, and they would walk arm in arm, their conversation meandering like the path before them. Evenings were still spent in company, though the gatherings were quieter now, the talk more reflective. He spoke often of the past, of the people who had shaped him, of the gratitude he felt for the life he had lived. His voice was softer, but his words carried the same weight, the same quiet certainty. And when the time came to sleep, he would close his eyes with the same calm he had always known, the day's small pleasures lingering in his mind like the last light of a fading sunset. In this way, his life unfolded, not with grand gestures, but with the steady, gentle pulse of a man who understood the value of quiet moments, of simple joys, of a day well lived. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Adam Smith's philosophy was not forged in grand declarations or dramatic revelations, but in the quiet, steady accumulation of thought, like a river smoothing stones over time. His mind worked in patient observation, in the careful weighing of ideas, in the gentle unraveling of human nature. From his early days as a student in Glasgow to his later years as a revered thinker, his worldview was shaped by a deep curiosity about people, how they lived, how they traded, how they found meaning in the simplest interactions. He believed that human beings were, at their core, driven by sympathy, a word he used not just to mean pity, but a natural inclination to understand and share in the feelings of others. This was no abstract theory to him. It was something he witnessed daily in the markets of Edinburgh, in the conversations between merchants and farmers, in the unspoken bonds between strangers who exchanged goods with a nod and a handshake. But this belief in human connection was the quiet foundation of his more famous ideas about economics. The invisible hand was not, for him, a cold force of market mechanics, but the natural outcome of individuals seeking to better their lives while unconsciously contributing to the greater good. He saw order not in grand designs, but in the small, everyday choices of people who traded, bartered, and worked together. His walks through the bustling streets of Edinburgh were proof of this. Each shopkeeper, each laborer, each customer played a part in a vast, unspoken harmony, yet his philosophy was never rigid or unyielding. Like all great thinkers, his ideas evolved, softened, deepened with time. In his youth, he was drawn to the strict logic of systems, the elegance of theories neatly arranged. But as he grew older, he came to value the messiness of human life, the exceptions, the contradictions, the moments when theory fell short of lived experience. He once remarked that a philosopher must be willing to tramp about in the mire of real life to see how people actually behaved, rather than how they ought to behave in some perfect model. This humility was central to his character. He never claimed to have all the answers, never spoke with the arrogance of certainty. Even in his most famous work, The Wealth of Nations*, he acknowledged the limits of his own understanding. Smith, by contrast, preferred to listen, to observe, to adjust his thinking when new evidence arose. His values were reflected not just in his writing, but in the way he lived. He was known for his kindness, his generosity of spirit, his willingness to engage with anyone, whether a fellow scholar or a street vendor. His friend David Hume once remarked that Smith's greatest gift was his ability to make people feel heard, to draw out their thoughts with gentle questions rather than imposing his own. In an age when intellectual debates could be heated, even vicious, Smith remained calm, measured, always seeking common ground. One evening, as he sat with friends in a dimly lit Edinburgh tavern, the conversation turned to the nature of happiness. Some argued that it lay in wealth, others in fame, still others in virtue. Smith listened quietly, then offered his own thoughts. It was not the grand achievements, the titles or fortunes that brought contentment, but the small, steady pleasures, a well-cooked meal, a lively discussion, the warmth of friendship. This was a lesson he had learned over time. In his younger years, he had been ambitious, eager to make his mark. But as the years passed, he found himself drawn to simpler joys, the rhythm of daily walks, the comfort of familiar faces, the quiet satisfaction of a thought fully formed. He once wrote that the real price of everything is the toil and trouble of acquiring it, a reminder that true value lay not in possessions, but in the effort and meaning behind them. His later writings reflected this shift, where The Wealth of Nations had been a sweeping exploration of markets and trade. His final works returned to the themes of morality, of how people ought to live. He wrote of the importance of self-command, of balancing ambition with compassion, of recognizing that no man was an island, even in his final years, when his steps grew slower and his voice softer. His mind remained sharp, his curiosity undimmed. He would sit by the fire, wrapped in a woolen blanket, discussing philosophy with visitors who came to seek his wisdom. They often left not with grand theories, but with quiet insights, the importance of kindness, the value of patience, the beauty of a life well examined. When he closed his eyes for the last time, it was with the same calm that had guided him throughout his days. His legacy was not just in the books he wrote, but in the way he had lived with humility, with curiosity, with an abiding faith in the goodness of ordinary people. His philosophy was not a rigid set of rules, but a gentle invitation to observe, to reflect, to find meaning in the small and the everyday. And so his ideas lived on, not as distant theories, but as quiet truths woven into the fabric of lives well lived, into the unspoken agreements between strangers, into the steady rhythm of a world moving forward, one small step at a time, with each breath becoming slower and deeper. Let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. Adam Smith's life, though marked by quiet wisdom and deep reflection, was not without its challenges. Like all lives, his path was shaped by setbacks, moments of doubt, and obstacles that tested his patience and resolve. Yet, it was in these struggles that his character deepened. His ideas took root, and the gentle strength of his philosophy truly emerged. In his early years, as a young scholar at the University of Glasgow, he faced the first real test of his resilience. He was a thoughtful boy, more comfortable in the quiet company of books than in the bustling social circles of his peers. His keen mind absorbed knowledge effortlessly, but his reserved nature sometimes made him an outsider. There were whispers that he would never truly succeed in the world of academia, where wit and charm often carried as much weight as intellect. But Smith did not rush to change himself. Instead, he listened, observed, and slowly, deliberately, found his own way of engaging with the world, not through forced laughter or empty words, but through the quiet power of his ideas. Years later, as he embarked on his grand tour of Europe, a journey meant to broaden his understanding of philosophy and economics, he encountered another kind of difficulty. The trip was meant to be a time of intellectual exchange, but he often found himself homesick, adrift in unfamiliar cities where language barriers and cultural differences left him feeling isolated. There were evenings when he sat alone in dimly lit inns, tracing the grain of wooden tables with his fingers, wondering if he would ever find the clarity he sought. Yet, even in those moments, he did not despair. He turned inward, filling notebooks with reflections on human nature, trade, and the invisible threads that bind societies together. What could have been a lonely exile became a fertile ground for his later work. The Wealth of Nations*, perhaps one of his greatest disappointments, came when he returned to Scotland, full of ideas, only to find that not everyone shared his vision. Some of his theories on free markets and the division of labor were met with skepticism, even ridicule. Critics dismissed his notions as impractical, even dangerous. There were days when he questioned whether his life's work would ever be understood. But Smith was not a man who thrived on argument for its own sake. Instead of lashing out, he refined his thoughts, patiently explaining his ideas to anyone willing to listen. He knew that truth, like a slow-growing tree, needed time to take root. Personal sorrows, too, cast shadows across his path. He never married, and though he formed deep friendships, there were times when he felt the weight of solitude. His mother, to whom he was devoted, passed away in his later years, leaving a quiet ache in his heart. He grieved not with dramatic gestures, but with the same measured grace he brought to all things, sitting by the fire, remembering her voice, the way she had always encouraged his curiosity. Even in loss, he found lessons. He wrote of the invisible bonds between people, the way love and labor shape the world in unseen ways, much like the unseen hand of the market. Financial troubles also followed him at times. Despite his reputation, he was never a wealthy man, and there were periods when his modest income barely covered his needs. Yet, he never allowed scarcity to harden his spirit. He lived simply, finding contentment in books, in conversation, in the slow rhythm of daily walks through the Scottish countryside. He understood that true wealth was not in gold, but in the freedom to think, to question, to live with integrity. Even in his later years, as his health began to falter, he faced each limitation with quiet acceptance. His hands, once swift with pen and paper, grew stiff with age. His lectures, once delivered with vigor, became softer, slower, but his mind remained undimmed, and his students still gathered around him, not for grand performances, but for the quiet wisdom of a man who had learned to listen as much as he spoke. Through all these trials, Smith never lost faith in the fundamental goodness of people. He believed that setbacks were not obstacles to be feared, but part of the natural order, like the ebb and flow of tides, the turning of seasons. His greatest lesson was not in overcoming difficulty, but in moving through it with patience, in trusting that time and reflection would bring understanding. And so, when we think of Adam Smith, we should not picture a man who sailed through life untouched by hardship, but one who met each challenge with quiet resolve. His legacy is not just in the theories he left behind, but in the way he lived gently, thoughtfully, with an unshakable belief that even in struggle, there is meaning. His life reminds us that wisdom is not born in ease, but in the quiet moments of doubt, the slow unfolding of perseverance, the soft light of dawn after a long night. And as we close our eyes, we might imagine him still, sitting by the fire, wrapped in his woolen blanket, offering not answers, but the gentle assurance that every life, with all its trials, is worth living well. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period. Many remember Adam Smith as the father of modern economics, the quiet scholar who penned The Wealth of Nations*, a book that would shape the way nations thought about trade, labor, and prosperity. But beneath the surface of this intellectual giant lay a man of surprising contradictions, hidden passions, and quiet eccentricities that made him far more human than the statues and textbooks suggest. He was not just a thinker, but a man who found joy in simple things, who wrestled with doubts, and who carried within him a tenderness that often went unnoticed by the world. Few know, for instance, that Smith had a deep love for music, not just as a listener, but as a player. In his younger years, he taught himself to play the flute, often practicing late into the evening when the rest of the household had gone to bed. There was something about the soft, breathy notes that calmed his restless mind, especially in times when the weight of his ideas became too heavy. He would sit by the window, watching the moon rise over the Scottish hills, and play simple melodies, folk tunes he had heard as a child, or sometimes just improvised notes that mirrored the quiet rhythm of his thoughts. It was one of the few things he did purely for pleasure, with no thought of theory or argument. Then there was his love of gardening, a pastime that brought him a kind of quiet satisfaction that books and debates never could. He kept a small plot behind his home in Kirkcaldy, where he grew herbs and flowers with the same meticulous care he gave to his writing. He once wrote to a friend that there was something deeply reassuring about watching a seedling push through the soil, the way nature, left to itself, knew exactly what to do. It was a lesson he carried into his philosophy, that order could emerge without force, that life had its own quiet intelligence. Smith was also a man of deep friendships, though he rarely spoke of them publicly. His bond with the philosopher David Hume, for example, was one of the great loves of his life, not in the romantic sense, but in the way two minds can weave together, each strengthening the other. When Hume lay dying, Smith visited him often, reading to him, sitting in silence with him, holding his hand when words were no longer enough. It was a side of Smith few saw, the man who could be fiercely loyal, who grieved deeply, who understood that philosophy was nothing without the warmth of human connection. And yet, for all his kindness, Smith was not without his quirks. He was famously absent-minded, so lost in thought at times that he would forget where he was going or even what day it was. There's a story, perhaps exaggerated, but still telling, that once, while deep in contemplation, he walked straight into a tanning pit, emerging covered in dye and bewildered. Much to the amusement of onlookers, he took it in stride, laughing at himself as he wiped the stains from his coat. It was this humility, this ability to laugh at his own flaws, that endeared him to those who knew him best. He was also a man of unexpected fears. Despite his calm demeanor, Smith had a deep dread of public speaking, a fact that might surprise those who picture him as a commanding lecturer. When he first began teaching at the University of Glasgow, his hands would shake so badly that he could barely hold his notes. Over time, he learned to steady himself, but he never fully overcame that nervousness. Instead, he turned it into a kind of quiet strength, speaking slowly, deliberately, as if each word had to be weighed before it was given to the world. Perhaps most surprising of all was Smith's secret fondness for children. Though he never married or had children of his own, he was known to keep sweets in his pockets for the little ones in his neighborhood, delighting in their laughter and their unfiltered questions. To him, their simplicity was a kind of wisdom, one that reminded him why his work mattered in the first place. These small, quiet details paint a picture of a man who was far more than his ideas. He was someone who found joy in music, solace in the soil, comfort in friendship, and humility in his own forgetfulness. He was a thinker who feared the spotlight, a scholar who loved the company of children, a man who believed in the invisible hand of the market, but also in the visible warmth of human kindness. And so, as we drift toward sleep, we might imagine him not as a statue or a portrait, but as he truly was, flute in hand, garden dirt under his nails, pockets full of sweets, smiling at some private joke, a man who understood that life was not just to be studied, but to be lived gently and fully, with all its beautiful contradictions. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. Adam Smith was born in the quiet coastal village of Kirkcaldy, Scotland, in the year 1723, a time when the world was still shaking off the last remnants of medieval thinking and stepping tentatively into the light of reason. The air smelled of salt and damp wool from the nearby mills, and the sound of ships creaking in the harbor was a constant lullaby for the townsfolk. It was an era of slow, deliberate change, a world where candlelight still flickered in most homes, where the rhythms of life were governed by the seasons and the tides, where the clatter of horse hooves on cobblestones marked the passage of time. Across Europe, the Enlightenment was beginning to stir, a gentle but persistent awakening of the human mind. Philosophers like Voltaire and Rousseau were questioning old certainties, while scientists like Isaac Newton had already laid the foundations for a new understanding of the natural world. It was a time when people began to believe that human reason, not divine decree, might hold the answers to society's problems. In smoky coffee houses and candlelit drawing rooms, men, and sometimes women, gathered to debate ideas about liberty, progress, and the nature of human happiness. These conversations would shape the century, and Adam Smith, with his quiet curiosity and keen intellect, would become one of their most thoughtful voices. The Scotland of Smith's youth was a land of contrasts. On one hand, it was still a place of feudal loyalties and clan rivalries, where the memory of the failed Jacobite rebellion of 1715 lingered like mist over the highlands. On the other, it was a society hungry for knowledge, with universities like Glasgow and Edinburgh becoming centers of learning and debate. Smith himself would study at Glasgow, where he was deeply influenced by the philosopher Francis Hutcheson, a man who spoke of moral sense and human benevolence in ways that would later echo in Smith's own work. It was here, in these hallowed halls, that the young scholar first began to think seriously about the forces that bind societies together, not through coercion, but through mutual interest and natural sympathy. Meanwhile, the world beyond Scotland was shifting in ways both subtle and profound. In England, the Industrial Revolution was just beginning to hum. Its early tremors felt in the clatter of looms and the hiss of steam engines. Factories rose like strange new cathedrals, their smokestacks piercing the sky, while canals cut through the countryside, stitching towns together in a web of commerce. The old agrarian way of life, with its feudal obligations and village rhythms, was giving way to something faster, louder, more uncertain. Smith, ever observant, would spend much of his life trying to make sense of these changes, to understand how the pursuit of individual gain could, almost miraculously, lead to collective prosperity. Across the Atlantic, the American colonies were growing restless under British rule, their grievances simmering until they would finally boil over in revolution. Smith, though he never crossed the ocean himself, followed these events with interest, seeing in them a test case for his theories about free trade and self-governance. His friend Benjamin Franklin, that most inquisitive of Americans, would visit him in Scotland, and the two would talk late into the night about the nature of liberty and the possibilities of a new kind of society. And then there was France, that glittering, volatile kingdom where ideas seemed to spark and catch fire with alarming speed. Smith traveled there in his later years, accompanying the young Duke of Buccleuch as a tutor, and in the salons of Paris, he met the great thinkers of the age: Diderot, D'Alembert, Quesnay. They spoke of reason and reform, of overturning the old order, little knowing how soon their words would be drowned out by the roar of the guillotine. Smith, ever cautious, admired their brilliance, but shrank from their radicalism. He believed in change, yes, but change that came gradually, organically, like the slow turning of the seasons. The world Adam Smith inhabited was one of contradictions, a place where reason and tradition clashed, where the old ways were crumbling, even as the new ones had not yet taken shape. It was a time of great hope and great uncertainty, a moment when humanity seemed poised on the edge of something new, but had not yet decided what that something would be. And into this moment, Smith brought his quiet wisdom, his belief that human beings, left to their own devices, would naturally seek not just profit, but connection, not just gain, but goodness. He wrote his great works, The Theory of Moral Sentiments, and The Wealth of Nations, not as manifestos, but as careful, measured explorations of how societies function. He did not shout his ideas, he whispered them, trusting that those who listened would understand. And in time, the world did listen, though not always as he might have wished. His concept of the invisible hand would be invoked by generations of economists, sometimes in ways that would have puzzled the man who once spent an afternoon trading apples with children. But if we imagine him now, as sleep begins to settle over us, it is not as the father of modern economics, not as a figure in a history book, but as a man who loved music, who tended his garden, who carried sweets in his pockets, a man who lived in a time of upheaval, but believed in the quiet, steady power of human nature. A man who understood that even in the midst of great change, there are some things, kindness, curiosity, the joy of a child's laughter, that remain constant, like the stars above the shifting tides of history. And so we leave him there, in the soft glow of candlelight, surrounded by books and papers, perhaps humming a tune on his flute, content in the knowledge that the world moves forward, not in great leaps, but in small, patient steps, just as he would have wanted it. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Adam Smith's influence on the world was like the slow, steady unfurling of a leaf in spring, quiet, inevitable, and full of quiet purpose. His ideas did not burst forth with the clamor of revolution, but rather seeped into the fabric of thought, reshaping how people understood trade, morality, and the very nature of society itself. He was not a man who sought fame, yet his words traveled far beyond the cozy study where he penned them, carried on the currents of time, until they became part of the language of civilization. When The Wealth of Nations was first published in 1776, it did not immediately shake the foundations of the world. It was not a book that caused riots or uprisings, nor did it provoke instant acclaim. Instead, it was read by scholars, merchants, and statesmen who turned its pages with thoughtful consideration. They absorbed its lessons on free markets, division of labor, and the natural flow of commerce, finding in its measured arguments a new way to see the economic forces that shaped their lives. Governments, still clinging to mercantilist policies, did not abandon their ways overnight, but slowly, almost imperceptibly, the seeds Smith planted began to grow. One of the most remarkable things about his work was how it transcended economics and became a part of culture. The phrase, invisible hand, which he used only a few times across all his writings, took on a life of its own. It became a metaphor for the unseen forces that guide human cooperation, a way of describing how individual self-interest could, without any central plan, lead to collective benefit. In the centuries that followed, people would invoke it in debates about trade, politics, and even morality, sometimes in ways Smith himself might not have recognized. The simplicity of the idea made it powerful, but also prone to oversimplification. Some would use it to justify unfettered capitalism, while others would argue that Smith's vision was far more nuanced, rooted in his deep belief in human sympathy as much as in self-interest. His earlier work, The Theory of Moral Sentiments*, had already laid the groundwork for this understanding. In it, he explored how people form their sense of right and wrong, not through cold calculation, but through empathy, through imagining themselves in the place of others. This idea that morality arises from shared human experience was just as revolutionary as his economic theories, though it often receives less attention. Together, these two books painted a picture of humanity that was neither purely selfish nor purely altruistic, but something beautifully balanced in between. Over time, as industrialization transformed the world, Smith's ideas became a touchstone for thinkers of all kinds. Some embraced them wholeheartedly, seeing in free markets the path to prosperity. Others wrestled with their implications, questioning whether the invisible hand could truly be trusted to guide society fairly. Karl Marx, for instance, would later critique capitalism by building upon, and then challenging, Smith's framework. Yet even in disagreement, Smith's influence was undeniable. His work was not a rigid doctrine, but an invitation to think deeply about how societies function, and that openness allowed his ideas to remain relevant long after his time. In the quiet corners of academia, in the bustling halls of government, in the debates of philosophers and the decisions of business leaders, his presence could be felt. Politicians quoted him when arguing for free trade. Activists invoked him when discussing fairness. Economists returned to his writings again and again, finding in them both timeless wisdom and new interpretations for changing times. The very discipline of economics, as it grew into a formal field of study, traced its roots back to his careful observations of human behavior. But perhaps the most enduring part of Smith's legacy is not in the grand theories, but in the way his ideas filtered into everyday life. The belief that markets could flourish without heavy-handed control, that individuals working for their own good could inadvertently serve the greater good. These notions shaped policies, inspired innovations, and even influenced how ordinary people thought about their own choices. The modern world, with its global trade networks and intricate supply chains, carries the imprint of his vision, even if few pause to recognize it. And yet, for all his impact, Smith himself would likely have been bemused by the weight later generations placed on his words. He was not a man who sought to be an icon. He was, at heart, a thinker who loved conversation, who enjoyed the company of friends, who found joy in simple pleasures like music and gardening. His genius lay not in proclaiming absolute truths, but in asking the right questions, in observing the world with patience and curiosity. If we listen closely, we can still hear his voice in the quiet moments, in the hum of a marketplace where goods are exchanged, in the unspoken understanding between strangers who trust one another to keep their promises, in the gentle rhythm of progress that moves forward not in dramatic upheavals, but in small, cumulative steps. His legacy is not etched in stone, but woven into the living, breathing tapestry of human society, where ideas evolve and adapt, just as he knew they would. And so, as the world turns and history unfolds, Adam Smith remains not as a distant figure of the past, but as a quiet companion to the present, his wisdom lingering like the soft glow of twilight, reminding us that even in the vast and complicated dance of economies and nations, there is still room for kindness, for connection, for the simple, enduring truths that bind us all together. As sleep draws near, let his story rest gently in your mind, not as a lesson to be memorized, but as a quiet reassurance that the world, for all its chaos, is shaped by the steady, patient forces of human nature, moving ever forward, one thoughtful idea at a time. With the gentleness of falling snow, we transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. Adam Smith, the quiet thinker who reshaped the world's understanding of trade and human nature, lived a life filled with small, meaningful moments, stories that reveal not just the mind of a philosopher, but the heart of a man who observed the world with gentle curiosity. One of the earliest glimpses into his character comes from his childhood in Kirkcaldy, a small Scottish town by the sea. As a boy, he was known to wander along the shoreline, lost in thought, collecting shells and watching the fishermen haul in their nets. He was not a boisterous child, but one who preferred the company of books and his own quiet reflections. His mother, Margaret, often worried about his delicate health, wrapping him in warm woolen scarves before he ventured outside. She would later be the steady presence in his life, a comforting constant as he grew into his intellectual pursuits. At the age of 14, he left for the University of Glasgow, a place that would shape his thinking in ways he could not yet imagine. There, he studied under Francis Hutcheson, a professor whose lectures on moral philosophy stirred something deep within him. Hutcheson spoke of human benevolence, of the innate goodness in people, ideas that would later weave their way into Smith's own work. It was said that Smith would sit in the lecture hall, his quill scratching softly against paper, capturing every word with quiet intensity. Even then, his mind was turning over questions of how societies function, how people find harmony in their interactions. Years later, while teaching at the University of Edinburgh, he developed a reputation for being somewhat absent-minded, a man so lost in thought that the everyday world sometimes slipped past him. There is a story, perhaps embellished by time, of him wandering the streets in his dressing gown, completely unaware that he had forgotten to change into proper attire. His students adored him, not just for his brilliance, but for the way he spoke to them as equals, encouraging their curiosity rather than demanding rigid obedience. One of his closest friendships was with the philosopher David Hume, a bond that lasted until Hume's death. Their letters reveal a warmth and humor not often associated with great thinkers of the Enlightenment. Hume once teased Smith for his slow writing, joking that he would likely finish his great work only when they were both old men. Smith, in turn, admired Hume's wit and clarity of thought, though he worried about his friend's reputation as a skeptic. Their conversations, whether in person or through ink and parchment, were filled with laughter and deep reflection, proof that even the loftiest minds thrive on simple human connection. In 1764, Smith embarked on a journey to France as a tutor to the young Duke of Buccleuch. It was during these travels that he met Francois Quesnay, a physician and economist whose ideas on free trade left a lasting impression. The two would spend evenings in Parisian salons, discussing the flow of goods, the role of government, and the natural order of economies. Smith, ever the observer, absorbed these conversations like a gentle rain soaking into fertile soil. He rarely spoke unless he had something meaningful to say, a habit that made his words all the more impactful when he chose to share them. Years later, while writing The Wealth of Nations, he would retreat to his study for hours, the fire crackling softly as he penned his thoughts on division of labor, markets, and the invisible hand. It was a slow, deliberate process. He revised and reworked his ideas countless times, unwilling to rush a single sentence. His housekeeper would often find him staring out the window, his tea gone cold, lost in contemplation. She learned not to disturb him during these moments, knowing that his mind was tracing the intricate patterns of human exchange. Despite his towering intellect, Smith remained a man of simple habits. He took pleasure in long walks, in the company of friends, in the quiet routine of his days. When The Wealth of Nations was finally published in 1776, it did not immediately shake the world. Its influence grew slowly, like a river carving its path through stone. He did not seek fame, and when admirers came to visit, he often seemed surprised by their reverence. To him, his work was merely an attempt to understand the world, not to dominate it. In his final years, he returned to Edinburgh, where he lived with his mother and cousin. His health began to decline, but his mind remained sharp. Visitors would find him sitting by the window, wrapped in a blanket, discussing philosophy or inquiring about the latest news of trade and industry. When he passed away in 1790, his funeral was a quiet affair, attended by those who had known and loved him. His gravestone bore a simple inscription, a humble marker for a man whose ideas would echo through centuries. But perhaps the most telling detail of his life was not in his writings or his public achievements, but in the small, unrecorded moments, the way he smiled when a student grasped a difficult concept, the patience with which he listened to a stranger's opinion, the quiet satisfaction he took in seeing a well-functioning marketplace. He believed in the dignity of ordinary people, in the power of their choices, in the unseen threads that connect us all. And so, as you drift toward sleep, imagine Adam Smith not as a distant figure in a history book, but as a man who walked slowly, thought deeply, and trusted in the quiet wisdom of human nature. His legacy is not just in grand theories, but in the small, steady truths that people thrive when given freedom, that kindness underpins even the most complex systems, and that progress, like the turning of pages in a book, happens one gentle thought at a time. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. In the quiet years that followed his return to Edinburgh, Adam Smith settled into the rhythms of a life that was, in many ways, unremarkable, yet filled with the warmth of familiar faces and the comfort of home. His days were slow, measured by the ticking of the clock and the changing light through the window where he often sat. His mother, Margaret, now elderly herself, moved about the house with the same quiet grace she had always possessed, while his cousin, Janet Douglas, tended to the small details of their shared life. There was a gentle harmony in their routines, a quietude that suited a man whose mind had spent decades wrestling with the complexities of human nature and the forces that shaped societies. Though his body grew weaker, his thoughts remained as sharp as ever. Visitors who came to see him, old friends, former students, curious admirers, would find him wrapped in a thick woolen blanket, his hands resting lightly on the arms of his chair, his eyes bright with interest. He still loved conversation, still delighted in the exchange of ideas. They might speak of philosophy, of the moral sentiments that bound people together, or of the bustling world of commerce beyond Edinburgh's cobbled streets. Even in his frailty, he retained that rare ability to listen deeply, to nod thoughtfully when someone spoke, to offer a quiet word of insight that lingered long after the conversation ended. In those final years, he turned his attention once more to his writings, though not with the urgency of a man racing against time, but with the careful deliberation of someone who understood that some thoughts must be gently tended. Like embers in a hearth, he revised earlier works, clarified passages, and sometimes set aside entire pages when they no longer satisfied him. There was no grand ambition driving him now, only the quiet satisfaction of refining ideas that had taken shape over a lifetime. One of his last great acts was the careful editing of his final edition of The Wealth of Nations*, ensuring that the words he had written so many years earlier still carried the clarity and precision he intended. He knew even then that his work would outlive him, but he did not dwell on legacy or fame. Instead, he thought of the ordinary people whose lives might be touched, however distantly, by the principles he had laid out. The shopkeeper who understood the value of free exchange, the laborer who saw dignity in his work, the policymaker who grasped the invisible hand that guided markets toward prosperity without the need for heavy-handed control. When he passed away in 1790, there were no grand ceremonies, no elaborate eulogies delivered before crowds. His funeral was a simple gathering of those who had known him best friends, who remembered his dry wit, students who carried his teachings into their own lives, neighbors who had seen him walk slowly through the streets. Lost in thought, the gravestone they placed above him was modest, bearing only his name and the dates of his birth and death. And yet, in its simplicity, it was fitting for a man who had always believed that greatness lay not in pomp, but in the quiet, steady work of understanding the world. In the years that followed, his ideas began to spread in ways he could never have fully anticipated. The Wealth of Nations was read by statesmen and merchants, scholars and reformers. Some embraced his arguments wholeheartedly, while others debated and dissected them, finding in his words the seeds of new theories, new ways of thinking about trade and human behavior. But what was most remarkable was how his ideas transcended the pages of his books, seeping into the everyday workings of economies, shaping policies, and influencing the way people thought about wealth, labor, and the delicate balance of self-interest and communal good. Yet, for all the grand debates his work inspired, Smith himself would have been more interested in the small, unseen ways his ideas took root. He would have smiled at the thought of a young apprentice learning a trade, of a marketplace humming with activity, of a farmer selling his goods without undue interference. These were the things that mattered to him, not abstract theories, but the lived experience of ordinary people navigating the world with dignity and purpose. His other great work, The Theory of Moral Sentiments, often overshadowed by The Wealth of Nations in later years, remained a testament to his belief that economics could never be separated from ethics. He had always understood that markets were made up of people with hopes, fears, and a deep-seated need for connection. Long before the term empathy entered common usage, Smith wrote of the importance of imagining oneself in another's place, of the moral bonds that held societies together, even as they pursued their individual interests. In this, too, his legacy endured, quietly shaping discussions about fairness, justice, and the responsibilities people owed to one another. As decades turned into centuries, his name became synonymous with free markets, with the idea that prosperity could emerge organically from the choices of individuals rather than the dictates of rulers. But he was never a rigid ideologue. His writings were full of nuance, of careful distinctions, of an awareness that human systems were complex and required wisdom, not dogma, to navigate. Those who truly studied his work understood that he was as much a philosopher as an economist, a man who saw the world in shades of gray rather than black and white. And so, if we think of Adam Smith now, it is not as a statue or a portrait in a textbook, but as a man who lived fully in the world, who loved his mother deeply, who enjoyed the company of friends, who found joy in the simple act of a well-argued point. His legacy is not just in the theories that bear his name, but in the countless small moments where his ideas have helped people understand their own lives a little better. Perhaps that is the greatest measure of a life well lived, not the loudness of one's fame, but the quiet, enduring ripple of influence that continues long after the final page is turned. And as you drift toward sleep, you might imagine him still, sitting by that window in Edinburgh, wrapped in his blanket, watching the world go by with thoughtful eyes, content in the knowledge that the ideas he left behind would continue to unfold, one gentle thought at a time, in the minds of those who came after. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. Adam Smith's ideas did not remain frozen in the ink of his books, nor did they gather dust in the libraries of scholars. Instead, they traveled slowly at first, like a quiet stream finding its way through the landscape, then swelling into a river that would nourish the minds of generations to come. His thoughts on markets, morality, and human nature were not rigid commands, but seeds taking root in different soils, growing in unexpected ways, sometimes bending with the winds of new interpretations, yet always retaining something of their original essence. Consider how, in the early 19th century, economists like David Ricardo and John Stuart Mill built upon Smith's foundation, expanding his theories of trade and value. Ricardo's principle of comparative advantage, for example, carried forward Smith's belief in the benefits of specialization, showing how nations could prosper by focusing on what they did best. Mill, meanwhile, wove Smith's economic insights into a broader philosophy of liberty, blending the invisible hand with questions of justice and individual freedom. These thinkers did not merely repeat Smith's words, they listened to them deeply, then added their own voices to the conversation. Later, as the world grew more complex, new schools of thought emerged, each engaging with Smith in different ways. The Austrian economists, figures like Ludwig von Mises and Friedrich Hayek, saw in Smith a kindred spirit, a thinker who understood that markets were not mechanical systems, but living, evolving processes shaped by human knowledge and choice. Hayek, in particular, echoed Smith's distrust of centralized planning, arguing that no single mind could ever possess enough information to direct an economy as effectively as the decentralized decisions of millions. Their work, in turn, would inspire movements for economic freedom in the 20th century, from the reforms of Margaret Thatcher to the policies of nations seeking to unleash the creative potential of their people. Yet Smith's influence was never confined to those who agreed with him entirely. Even his critics, like Karl Marx, who saw the inequalities of industrial capitalism as a betrayal of Smith's earlier optimism, engaged with his ideas seriously, wrestling with them, testing them, sometimes rejecting parts while absorbing others. Marx's critique of capitalism was, in a way, a dialogue with Smith, a recognition that the questions Smith had raised about wealth, labor, and value were too important to ignore. And so, in the grand tapestry of economic thought, even the threads of opposition were, in their own way, a tribute to the depth of Smith's work. Institutions, too, became vessels for his legacy. The London School of Economics, founded in the late 19th century, became a hub for debating Smith's ideas, a place where his theories were dissected, refined, and sometimes challenged. The Federal Reserve, the World Bank, and countless universities taught his principles, not as dogma, but as a starting point for understanding how economies function. Even modern behavioral economists, who study the quirks and irrationalities of human decision-making, find themselves returning to Smith's theory of moral sentiments, where he explored the psychological and social dimensions of choice long before it became a formal field of study. Beyond academia, Smith's ideas seeped into everyday life in quiet, almost invisible ways. The entrepreneur who starts a small business, trusting that her skills will find a market, is acting out a Smithian intuition. The shopper who compares prices, seeking the best value, is participating in the kind of mutual exchange Smith described. The policymaker who hesitates before imposing heavy regulations, wondering whether unintended consequences might follow, is channeling Smith's caution about the limits of human foresight. These are not grand historical moments, but small, ordinary acts. Yet, they are part of the living legacy of a man who believed that understanding the world began with observing its daily rhythms. And then there are those who have consciously invoked Smith's name in the service of new ideas. Milton Friedman, the Nobel Prize-winning economist, often cited Smith as a guiding light in his arguments for free markets and limited government. Yet even Friedman acknowledged that Smith's vision was richer than mere laissez-faire. It was about the delicate balance between freedom and responsibility, between self-interest and sympathy. More recently, thinkers like Amartya Sen have drawn on Smith's moral philosophy to argue that economics must not ignore questions of ethics, justice, and human well-being. Sen's concept of development as freedom owes much to Smith's belief that true prosperity is about more than just wealth. It is about the ability of people to live meaningful, flourishing lives. Perhaps the most surprising testament to Smith's enduring relevance is how often he is rediscovered, as if each generation finds something new in his work. During the financial crisis of 2008, as markets trembled and old certainties crumbled, many turned back to the wealth of nations, not for easy answers, but for wisdom about the fragility and resilience of economic systems. The rise of the digital age, with its global networks of trade and communication, has only deepened the relevance of his insights about how decentralized cooperation can create astonishing complexity, even in debates about climate change and sustainability. Smith's ideas are invoked both by those who see market solutions as the best path forward and by those who argue that his broader philosophy calls for a deeper sense of stewardship. All of this might have astonished Adam Smith himself, a man who never sought fame and who would likely have been puzzled by the weight later generations placed on his words. He was, after all, a scholar who valued quiet reflection, who preferred the company of friends to the glare of public acclaim. Yet, there is a kind of poetry in the way his ideas have traveled so far beyond his own time, touching lives he could never have imagined, shaping debates he could never have foreseen. So as you rest now, letting your thoughts drift like leaves on a slow-moving stream, you might picture those ideas still moving through the world, passing from one mind to another, adapting, growing, sometimes being questioned, but never fading away. Adam Smith's legacy is not a monument, but a conversation, one that began in an 18th century study and continues in classrooms, boardrooms, and quiet moments of reflection today. And in that gentle, unending dialogue, his presence remains not as a distant figure from the past, but as a voice that still speaks softly and wisely to anyone willing to listen. Wrapped in the comfort of these words, we'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. Adam Smith's name is often whispered in debates about economics, invoked like an incantation to justify policies or ideologies. Yet in this quiet space, where thoughts can meander without urgency, it's worth considering how much of what we think we know about him is a simplification, a half-truth, or even a myth. His story has been polished smooth by time, his ideas reduced to sound bites, and his true voice sometimes lost beneath the weight of later interpretations. To understand him fully, we must gently peel back these layers, like turning the pages of an old book with care, revealing the nuances that have been overlooked in the rush to claim him for one cause or another. One of the most persistent myths is that Adam Smith was a pure advocate of unrestrained self-interest, a prophet of greed who believed the market should be left entirely to its own devices. This image has been shaped by a single, often quoted phrase, the invisible hand, which appears only a handful of times in his work, never with the weight later generations have placed upon it. In truth, Smith was far more cautious, more thoughtful than this caricature suggests. He understood that markets function best within a framework of morality, law, and shared norms. His first great work, The Theory of Moral Sentiments*, was not about economics at all, but about human sympathy, about how people naturally seek the approval of others and regulate their behavior accordingly. He would have been deeply troubled by the idea that his name was used to justify selfishness without restraint. Another common misunderstanding is that Smith was a champion of laissez-faire capitalism as we understand it today. In reality, he lived in a world still dominated by mercantilism, where governments tightly controlled trade, and his critiques were often directed at those monopolies and privileges, not at regulation itself. He supported public education, recognized the dangers of unchecked corporate power, and even argued that workers deserved fair wages, ideas that might surprise those who imagine him as a cold advocate for profit above all else. His vision of the market was not a lawless jungle, but a garden that required careful tending, where competition was meant to serve the common good, not just the interests of the wealthy. Then there is the myth of Smith as a solitary genius, a lone thinker whose brilliance sprang fully formed onto the page. This, too, is a simplification. He was a man deeply embedded in his time, influenced by the Scottish Enlightenment, by philosophers like David Hume, by the conversations in Edinburgh's coffee houses, and the debates of his fellow scholars. His ideas were not born in isolation, but were part of a larger dialogue, one that stretched across Europe and beyond. Even The Wealth of Nations*, his most famous work, was not an instant sensation. It grew in influence slowly, its ideas absorbed and debated over decades. Smith himself was a cautious writer, revising and rethinking his words, never entirely satisfied with his own conclusions. Perhaps the most poignant distortion is the way Smith has been turned into a symbol, a figurehead for ideologies he might not have recognized. Free market libertarians claim him as a patron saint, while critics of capitalism dismiss him as a defender of inequality. Both readings miss the subtlety of his thought. Smith was not a rigid ideologue, but a careful observer of human nature, one who understood that economic systems were deeply entwined with ethics, culture, and history. He worried about the dehumanizing effects of industrial labor, warned against the dangers of concentrated wealth, and believed that commerce could flourish only in a society where trust and fairness prevailed. His work was not a blueprint for any one system, but a meditation on the complexities of human interaction. Even the way we imagine Smith himself, the stern, bewigged professor, the distant figure of authority, is a distortion. By all accounts, he was a shy man, prone to absent-mindedness, more comfortable in small gatherings than in the public eye. He carried a deep sadness after the death of his mother, to whom he was devoted, and he spent his final years quietly, revising his works and receiving visitors with gentle hospitality. The real Adam Smith was not a grand theorist dispensing wisdom from on high, but a thoughtful, often uncertain scholar who believed that understanding the world required humility, patience, and an openness to doubt. All of this invites us to reconsider not just Smith, but the way we engage with ideas themselves. We so often crave simplicity, clear heroes and villains, doctrines that can be neatly summarized, but the most enduring thoughts are those that resist easy answers, that unfold slowly, revealing new layers with each reading. Smith's work is like that, rich, contradictory, full of questions as much as answers. To truly listen to him is not to adopt a fixed set of beliefs, but to enter into a conversation, one that has been going on for centuries and will continue long after we are gone. So as you drift toward sleep, let these thoughts settle gently in your mind. Picture Adam Smith not as a statue or a slogan, but as a quiet observer, a man who saw the world in all its complexity and tried, with great care, to make sense of it. His legacy is not a single idea, but a way of thinking, a reminder that the most important truths are often the ones that cannot be reduced to a simple phrase. And in that spirit, his voice remains, not as an echo of the past, but as a quiet companion for anyone willing to think deeply, to question assumptions, and to listen with an open mind. The myths may persist, but beneath them lies a richer story, one of nuance, of doubt, of a man who understood that the world was too intricate for easy answers. And perhaps that is the most fitting tribute to him, not to enshrine his words as dogma, but to keep the conversation going thoughtfully, patiently, as he himself might have done. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter as we come to the end of this quiet reflection on Adam Smith's life and legacy. Let us take a moment to breathe deeply, to let the weight of his thoughts settle softly in our minds, like leaves drifting onto a still pond. His journey was not one of grand spectacle or dramatic upheaval, but of steady observation, of quiet contemplation, of a mind that sought to understand the invisible threads weaving together the fabric of human society. Born in a small Scottish town, Smith was a man of modest beginnings, yet his curiosity carried him far beyond the borders of Kirkcaldy. He was a scholar, a teacher, a thinker who moved through the world with a gentle persistence, always listening, always questioning. His greatest works, asterisk the theory of moral sentiments, and the wealth of nations, asterisk, were not written in haste, but unfolded over years of careful reflection, as if he knew that the truths he sought could not be rushed. In his time, he was not a revolutionary shouting from the barricades, but a patient explainer, a man who believed that understanding, not force, was the surest path to progress. He wrote of markets and morals, of self-interest and sympathy, never reducing human nature to a single impulse, but acknowledging its many shades. He saw the bustling marketplace not as a cold mechanism, but as a living network of relationships, where trust and cooperation were as vital as competition. Today, his name is often invoked in debates about economics, sometimes with reverence, sometimes with critique. But to remember him only as the father of capitalism is to miss the depth of his vision. He was not a prophet handing down immutable laws, but a guide offering tools for thought, encouraging us to observe, to question, to see the world with fresh eyes. His ideas have been stretched, distorted, simplified, Yet at their core, they remain an invitation to think deeply about how societies function, how people connect, how prosperity and ethics intertwine. What endures most is not any single doctrine, but his way of seeing. He taught us to notice the unnoticed, the invisible hand, not as a mystical force, but as the quiet result of countless individual choices. He reminded us that wealth is not merely gold and silver, but the well-being of people, the ability to live with dignity. And perhaps most importantly, he understood that ideas are not static, but living things, growing and changing as they pass from mind to mind. His legacy is not a monument, but a conversation, one that has continued for centuries, adapting to new times, new questions. Economists still debate his theories. Philosophers still wrestle with his insights on human nature. And ordinary people still encounter his ideas, often without even realizing it. His words echo in discussions about trade, about fairness, about the balance between individual freedom and collective good. Yet, if we listen closely, we hear something else in his voice, a humility, a recognition that no one person holds all the answers. Smith himself revised his work, questioned his own assumptions, and left room for doubt. He was not a man who claimed to have solved the mysteries of society, but one who believed in the slow, steady work of understanding. As you settle deeper into rest, let this be the image that lingers. Adam Smith, not as an icon, but as a companion in thought, a quiet presence reminding us that wisdom often comes in whispers, not shouts. His life was one of observation, of patience, of a deep faith in the power of reason, tempered by kindness. And so, as sleep draws near, let your mind soften, releasing the need for certainty, embracing instead the gentle rhythm of questions and reflections. Imagine, if you will, the flicker of candlelight in an 18th century study. A man hunched over parchment, writing slowly, thoughtfully, leaving behind not just answers, but an enduring invitation to think, to wonder, to keep the conversation alive. May his example remind you that the most profound truths are often the simplest, that understanding begins with listening, that progress is made step by step, and that even in a world of noise, there is always room for quiet thought. Now, as your breathing slows, let the weight of these reflections drift away, like clouds parting to reveal a starry sky. Rest easy, knowing that ideas, like dreams, unfold in their own time. And as you slip into sleep, may you carry with you the peaceful assurance that some conversations never truly end. They simply pause, waiting to be continued when the mind is fresh and the heart is open. Good night and sweet dreams.